Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Kid legend?
Wait for it.
Gary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Rise and shine, people. It's time for the Friday edition of the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Denton Day. And of course, we will be getting you your football fix on a Friday. We've got pick six. We've got some props. We've got the biggest games in college football because, of course, that is interesting with the college football playoff rankings and the ballots. So it's going to be a great day. We've got plenty to talk about. So, Den, I was going to ask you this. So I know you watch all of these superhero movies. And as I'm watching Josh Allen, I think to myself, all right, so he's playing hero ball and he's trying too hard to make some of these throws. What's the equivalent of Superman throwing an interception? Like, does this happen in the movies where he like tries too hard and something goes wrong?
A little bit. It's less so with Superman. Superman's a little overpowered, for my liking. So he doesn't really run in. Yeah, he is Superman. He's OP. So he doesn't run into these issues a lot. But I'd say maybe it's like Thor. Thor trying to do a little too much. Trying to maybe impress Jane, his lover, a little too much. And he gets sloppy and throws interceptions. So I'd say Josh Allen's a little bit more like Thor last night.
Well, still a decent comparison there. I think that's one of the few superhero movies I have seen. That's the one with Natalie Portman, right?
Yes. Wait, which one did you see? Because there's four of them.
One of them.
It was Natalie Portman. Unfortunately, because I love Natalie Portman. If you saw the one with Natalie Portman, it was not the good one. There's one that does not have her. That is the best one. And then she comes back after that. And that one was fine. But Thor 3 is the best one.
Well, I'm definitely not invested that much. But I did watch the movie because I love Natalie Portman. I think she has one of the best face cards in Hollywood. I don't know what the male perspective is, but like from a female take, I think she's so pretty. She's
up there. I'm not gonna dispute that one too much. She's up there.
Yeah. So I was trying to think of like a superhero metaphor, but again, I think I've seen like 3 of them maybe. Like I've seen the Thor movie. I've seen a couple of the Batmans. I haven't even seen like the new ones that are supposed to be good because they're like 4 hours long. Mama has things to do. And then I haven't seen the new Superman movie. I haven't seen any of those. So I was like, all right, so I need a metaphor, but I don't know what to use. But I'm sure Den will because he watches all of them.
I've seen all of them. I still need to watch Fantastic Four, but because there's not a great slate of college football games tonight, we get like Florida State and NC State. No disrespect to NC State, the Mighty Wolfpack. But I might end up watching Fantastic Four tonight.
So do you think Thor is the best comparison for Josh Allen? It does make sense because they're both like big guys, right?
For what he was last night. Yeah, because he got hurt a little bit at the beginning of the game when Will Anderson chased him down. I thought he was like hurt. When you see a guy go down, he immediately starts kicking his feet. I was just like, no, there's no, I don't. No disrespect to Mitch Trubisky, but like, no, I don't want to see Mitch Trubisky in a football game on a Thursday night. I know he has these backup commercials that he has to film, but I didn't want to see Mitch Trubisky. So I was glad that Josh Allen came back in, but it did feel like the offense was just it wasn't the same after he got sacked that way by Will Anderson. And that's like vintage Will Anderson, by the way. I mean, that guy's fast. He can move. The way that he chased him down, there's not a lot of guys that I feel like are chasing down Josh Allen, but the way that Will Anderson did, that guy is going to be a problem in the AFC, the AFC South for a long time.
Yeah, absolutely. This defense, man. Like the Texans only sit at 6-5, but like this is one of the best defenses in the NFL. And one of the best under teams in the NFL for that reason, because you can't always trust the offense to really get it going, but sometimes it doesn't actually matter. And here's the thing now is that the Texans are starting to win some of these close games like we saw last night. Let's go over our bets quickly because it wasn't a super fun night for us. So I banked on the fact that the Bills have been terrible against the run. And I said to myself, okay, Woody Marks was bad against the Titans. Give Nick Chubb some carries. So he did get some carries. He went over his carries prop, which you did have, which was 5.5, a very low number. But the yardage prop was 20.5. I think he finished with 16. Just need one more carry. Just one more carry, Nick Chubb. And then Josh Allen, I think, would have gotten his rush yards if he wasn't running backwards and being, wasn't running for his life in some of these plays. And like I've gotten burned on that, like with Patrick Mahomes, sometimes where like he's running the ball. It's just most of the time it's not forward. So 33.5 was a high number. That was an L for me. So 2 L's on the night for me. Good, great, grand.
I mean, I wasn't much better. I got the carries prop with Nick Chubb, but I was with you on the yardage that he did not hit. And I used a bonus bet for a Josh Allen 2+ touchdowns in a game where the Bills did not score nearly enough touchdowns to make that a reality. So that's just one of those things. I was so bummed, too, because Nick Chubb, it was like his first carry. He goes for 7 yards. I'm like, oh, in the bag. His first quarter, first of all, they're already giving him carries in the first quarter, like early in the first quarter. I was like, all right, this is a wrap it up. Let me start making dinner, ordering dinner, because I got no money in my pocket. And then he averaged 2.7 yards a carry. And it's like, ugh. It started so well, and then it just tanked.
Yeah, I feel that. That's the worst with rushing props is that they can go backwards. Like, you think you're doing well, and then they have run for negative yards. You're like, wait. So
Okay.
that takes away the yardage total that we already have. Oh, it was not fun to watch. But here's the thing. The game itself was a fun watch. Maybe not for Bills fans because this one went absolutely down to the wire as the Texans take down the Bills 23-19. Buffalo does not cover. Obviously, they lose outright. Total of 43.5. That would have been a nail biter, but the under does hit in this one. So Josh Allen, we know he can certainly do a lot, but he was limited in this game by this great defensive line of the Houston Texans and a great secondary. I should add that as well because that is part of the picture as well. But I think it's jarring when you see somebody who is so tough to take down like Josh Allen get sacked this many times. And it's just a testament to this Texans defense and just how good, they've been. And on paper, wasn't a great night for Josh Allen either. I know he was playing through some injuries. It did look like he injured his shoulder a little bit, but being sacked 8 times and 2 interceptions to no touchdowns is certainly not going to help the MVP case.
No, it's not. We had, kicked that idea around a little bit yesterday. Like, if he goes crazy Thursday night, primetime game, that would certainly help. And we know what he is capable of. He had 6 touchdowns the last time he played. This was a very different version of Josh Allen. And this is the version of Josh Allen that I think Bills fans are like, hey, we don't really want to see this version anymore. Like, we thought we left this way in the past. So the fact that we're seeing this variation of Josh Allen in November is not exactly a good thing, but it does speak more to their roster building issues. And they don't have wide receivers. And it was very apparent last night when you're without your main tight end in Dalton Kincaid, and for the second week in a row, you decide to willingly scratch Keon Coleman. Josh Allen does not have enough bodies to throw to that can get separation against a great defense. At least in years prior, when Stephon Diggs was there, you would take Stephon Diggs against just about anybody in the secondary. So even if it was like a Derek Stingley, who's a great player, you'd like your chances with Stephon Diggs. You don't like your chances that much when it's the guys that he's throwing to. I know Khalil Shakir had a good performance, 8 catches, 110 yards, but it's not the level of explosiveness that you're going to need once you start to play good defenses. And, if you look in the AFC, there's a bunch of teams that have really good defenses and really good guys on the outside, especially now that Indianapolis went and got Sauce Gardner. So they need to evaluate this situation with Keon Coleman a little bit to be like, hey, what is the deal here? Are we going to keep willingly scratching him? Can this be can whatever the situation is, him being late, whatever the discipline is, can we make sure that this discipline is taken care of to a way that satisfies the organization by the time we get to December? Because you can't keep healthy scratching a good wideout.
Right. Just do the CeeDee Lamb thing. We're like, you know what? He was at the casino. It's fine. And I thought the funniest part of that story was listen here. I wasn't puking. I can hold my liquor. We'll talk about that story later. But my point being is that, okay, you hold him out for a series because at the end of the day, you're punishing Josh Allen as well because he needs guys to throw the ball to. But I do think you do need to give some credit to the Texans defense because we've seen them do it all season long. And I do think when you have a great pass rush and a great defensive scheme, you can make even the best quarterbacks in the NFL look mortal. We've seen this with Patrick Mahomes when he doesn't have a good offensive line and when there's a ferocious defensive line on the other side. Patrick Mahomes scrambles around and he doesn't look like a good quarterback. So I do think it's a little of both, but the Bills, we knew they were injured going into this one. I will say this, their defense was actually pretty solid. I know giving up 23 points to the Texans does not look solid, but it feels like the Bills defense is finally healthy, but then the offense doesn't show up. So it's just one of those things where the Bills just feel like a team that is not very consistent this year.
And I think also if you look at it on the other side with Houston, one, they put themselves in a really good position that I think puts a lot of pressure this weekend on Kansas City. Kansas City drops to 5-6. Houston's now 6-5. Houston, when they were tied because of a conference record, had the tiebreaker over Kansas City, so it puts a lot of pressure on the Kansas City Chiefs. We're also seeing the birth of a superstar in Will Anderson, and if you followed him in college, you knew that he was going to be good in the NFL. He has 10.5 sacks on the season, Chelsea. He's gone 6 games in a row with a sack, and he had 2.5 last night. He was unblockable, and it's very, very rare that we see this level of production this quickly for a guy that's as young as Will Anderson, right? This is only year 3. He was drafted the same year as C.J. Stroud. This is only year 3, and he already has 10.5 sacks. It feels like he's on pace to get to 14, 15. And when you start getting to the teens in the sack department, that's a legit game wrecker. And he's becoming a legit game wrecker. It's really fun to watch.
Yeah, this defense in general, it has pieces all over the field because it's not just him. It's on the secondary with Derek Stingley Jr., who is an all-pro. But you look at this game and you look at the Texans, and I think, it's funny that you said that I think we're witnessing the birth of a superstar. I thought you were going to say Davis Mills. Because here's the thing, Davis Mills has been pretty good. I'm not going to say the birth of a superstar. But, I was wondering where you were going to go with that one because here's the thing. I think, again, a lot of people looked at this game and said, Josh Allen versus Davis Mills. Why would you ever choose the team with Davis Mills? And Davis Mills, didn't put up numbers that rival, the birth of a superstar. But he was good enough to win a game with a team that has a very good defense. He only threw for 153 yards, but he did have the 2 touchdowns and no picks. So he's driving the car just fine.
He's doing well. He's doing really well for a backup. Obviously they still want C.J. Stroud. I don't think anyone is man, is there going to be an open quarterback competition? There's not. There's not going to be that at all. But he's done enough. And, these short week games are always incredibly challenging, even if you are just a regular time starter, as evident by the fact that Josh Allen did not play well on the other side, and he's a superstar. So the fact that Davis Mills was able to keep the ball largely out of harm's way, have 2 touchdowns, move the football, and then put them in a position late in the game to win was impressive. So he definitely gets maybe some poetry snaps for that one, but the superstar title is reserved right now for Will Anderson.
I thought you were going to give us some monologue on Davis Mills. I was sat and ready to listen.
I thought about that last night, but then I was I'm trying to be a better person because I couldn't do a monologue about Davis Mills without making fun of his abnormally large neck. And I didn't want to come on here and make fun of the giraffe. So I was just I'm not gonna do the monologue bit.
I feel like that would help quarterbacks though. See over the line of scrimmage. So maybe it's one of those flaws that's actually helpful. Right? I mean, somewhere I'm sure Kyler Murray wishes he had a neck that long to see over the line of scrimmage. One thing before we go to break, it was surprising to me that they got away, that the Bills went away from James Cook running the ball because he was averaging 6.8 yards per carry. Like, there was a juncture in this game where, like, what are we doing? Like, you're running the ball effectively. Why not give it to James Cook?
Including the breakaway touchdown. That was brilliant. They just needed short yardage. He makes a jump cut, and then he is gone. I was actually kind of upset because I still was, at that point, riding my Josh Allen 2+ touchdowns. So I was like, somebody chase him down. Somebody chase him down. Josh Allen will take that touchdown away at the goal line.
Yeah, that's how it goes. But that's how Bills fans feel after last night's game. Really disappointed. All right, coming up next, we go to the early slate in the NFL, our best picks. Coming up next here on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Guys, we're back off and rolling on a Friday morning here on the Daily Tip. I'm Chelsea Messenger, Denton Day in for Jenks. In a few minutes, we'll get to the early slate in the NFL and some interesting games that have some injury question marks. Because I was just looking this up myself. I don't think we know if Aaron Rodgers is going to play for the Steelers. And I'm trying to search all these articles for reading between the lines. And I think for Aaron Rodgers, what I have, gathered from all these articles that I have read is that if they can find some sort of a brace for his wrist, so when he falls, it won't be a problem, that there is a chance that he's going to play, and he was back at practice. So I'm leaning towards him actually playing. But then let me ask you, if there is a big question mark like this, do you bet on games like this, or do you say, hey, that's a big question mark, I'm going to save my money?
So generally I would not, but I do think there is a way to bet on this and feel kind of confident betting on this just because it's the Chicago offense and Caleb Williams, who you're still wanting to see just a little bit more from at quarterback going up against the Steelers defense that feels like the kind of defense that would really fluster him. So I would still take that into consideration and decide whether or not I want to place a wager on it, but I would wait because you have to know about the quarterback. And he was limited in practice yesterday, didn't practice on Wednesday. So at the very least, there's positive trajectory, but a limited on Thursday is not a guarantee that he's going to play on Sunday, right? Because they need to find a brace. Now, I feel like if there was anyone that was going to be able to find a brace, it would be an NFL football team, particularly the Pittsburgh Steelers. Right. They have really great medical facilities around them with the University of Pittsburgh. Yeah, just get his hand right. But I also feel like there's added incentive for him to play in Chicago, as much as he kind of danced around the question a little bit. Maybe not danced around, but he tried to downplay the significance of playing in Chicago. He has to realize that this is going to be the last time. Even if he does play next year, what is the likelihood that he is going to be playing on a team that then also gets to go play in Chicago? Probably slim. So he realizes this is the last one. I think that's going to be the added incentive that he needs. Take a shot, put the brace on, go out there, and then deal with all the after effects later.
Yeah. It's funny to me if you read his quotes, how he says one thing, and then if you listen long enough or if you read long enough into the quotes, he'll say something else, and you're like, all right, there's a glimmer of something there. So the quotes with him, playing against the Bears and saying, okay, maybe some added incentive to get back on the field, ? And he was talking about being how he had been the villain against the Bears. And he said, I'd rather not be the villain anymore. I mean, I'm not in Green Bay. I feel like we can let bygones be bygones. Maybe I can, I guess. You're like, oh, look at him, mature individual. He's past it. And then later on in the quotes, he says, it's a great rivalry. When I first got to Green Bay, the Bears had the all-time series lead. When I left, the Packers did. So you're like, oh, well, he is keeping score. So that's the thing. I think that he's trying to be this mature, rise above it guy in these quotes. But I think we all know that he would love to beat the Bears again, especially, at the tail end of his career.
I don't want to hear any nonsense of I don't want to be the villain, as if he has not been on record on multiple occasions telling that organization and that city that he owns them. And he wants to be like, actually, guys, I'm pretty cool now. I'm a nice guy. No. You are going to be hated there for eternity. They'll boo you when you go into the Hall of Fame, and you need to love that they're going to boo. That's the fun of this. They hate you. You don't like them. This is why we do this. So I don't want anything about, I want to be the good guy. I want to be the hero. You're not the hero. You crushed their hopes and dreams. Our board op Kenny is a Bears fan. His hopes and dreams have been crushed by Aaron Rodgers for nearly 2 decades. He hates him with a passion, and he should. I don't want anything about a hero talk for Aaron Rodgers in Chicago.
Yeah, especially, I just want it to jump to, a supercut of all the quotes that he said about owning the Bears and the discount double check. Let's compare the words and the actions here, Aaron. and see if they actually match up, because methinks that they do not. All right, so the line of this game that we are referencing, Steelers and Bears in Chicago. Chicago laying 2.5, total 45.5. And I understand that we're probably going to wait because we do need to know who's playing quarterback. But the reason that I already put this in a teaser is because here's the thing. When the Bears' next game came up, I said to myself, this is a Bears team that's 7-3. At some point, it feels like the pendulum's going to swing the other direction. This, in my heart of hearts, does not feel like a 7-3 team. So, like, we'll wait and see who the next opponent is. But I do think there is an opportunity to maybe sell, the Bears at their peak at this point. So, like, that's what I feel like this situation is you are selling a Bears team that's maybe overachieved a little bit. They've won some close games, and they've played some bad teams. So I think no matter who the quarterback is, and it should be noted that Mason Rudolph is at least a decent backup. And we saw last night, with Davis Mills, that veteran backups can provide a lot for a team, and they can at least drive the car. I think the X factor in this one is, what are we going to get for the Steelers defense that at times, gets after the quarterback and looks really good. But there was a juncture in the season where they were giving up like 25 points per game. And for a unit that's one of the highest paid defenses in the NFL, that's not great. So I think if you count on the Steelers defense in this one, you say, okay, I'm going to take the points with the Steelers. I don't know. It is a short line, though. Den, do you have a lean?
I do not until I know who's playing quarterback. I'm not going to give my money, my hard-earned money, and back Mason Rudolph. I'm just not going to do it. Davis Mills had a great day last night. He did not have nearly a good enough day to convince me that this is the week for backup quarterbacks and that I should then pay to have Mason Rudolph cover. Now, if Mason Rudolph does play, I would like the under, because I don't think that Chicago is going to score a ton of points. I don't think Pittsburgh would score a ton of points. So if that number right now is 45.5, which is a pretty decent-sized number, as we know, in the NFL, and you don't really trust either offense, now might be the time, before we know who's playing quarterback, to capitalize off of that number, while it does feel like the books still have a small hope that it will be Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah. So we'll wait and see on that one. All right. Some other interesting games on the slate. We have seen the line in the Patriots-Bengals game go down, and we've seen Joe Burrow at practice. Not sure what we're going to get there. Is that another one where you wait and see? Because, I don't think Joe Burrow is going to play. It feels soon. But again, he's out there and he's slinging it.
You'd felt like he was going to play after Thanksgiving. So the idea of him playing before Thanksgiving is a little soon, but I think this is being expedited by the fact that they're 3-7. Had they have won last week, maybe you keep them out until after Thanksgiving, get that extra week, but mathematically you still technically are alive in the postseason race. It's going to take a lot, but you're technically alive. I don't really think it matters. I usually, Chelsea, don't love backing quarterbacks that are coming back for the first time off a sustained injury in a sustained period away. And as much as I love Joe Burrow, I'd literally take a bullet for the man. I can't put my money and say I think that they're going to be the ones to knock off the team that's been a buzzsaw in New England, because Drake May's playing awesome, as we know. That team itself is really well-rounded, and with no Jamar Chase for Cincinnati, you pay T. Higgins a lot of money, so this has to be a big-time T. Higgins game regardless of who is quarterback, but with no Jamar Chase and a quarterback potentially coming off of a very long injury, I don't know that I can put my money with Cincinnati there.
But do you think this is why the line moved? Because we have seen significant line movement in this game. So it was as high as the Patriots laying 8.5 earlier in the week. I think it got as high as 7.5 over at MGM. Now it's as low as 5.5 at some shops, and it's 6 at MGM. So there has to be a reason why this line is moving, right?
That would be Burrow.
Yeah.
Unless there's something that we don't know that's going on in New England, there's very few guys that are going to swing a line by that many points, and Joe Burrow is one of them.
Yeah, he's one of the few, the proud, the Burrows. But I was going to bring this up as well. I also think it's funny that Cam Newton, of all people, gave the Patriots bulletin board material this week. Please tell me you saw this little beef with Cam Newton, Stephen A. Smith, and Drake May. So Drake May says something to the effect of I don't know what Cam Newton's talking about. I don't even know what show he's on, whatever. And then Stephen A. Smith goes on like First Take and like has this long soliloquy about how everybody watches First Take. And you're a liar if you didn't know that Cam Newton was on First Take, which, if I might add, I think Cam Newton just joined First Take like a few months ago. Mm-hmm. But I do think like this is something where if you're a young quarterback, you stay the course. You're like, listen, I'm not going to take the bait. Like, I feel like these commentators do this on purpose because people love drama, and people love drama that's commentator versus player. And so I do think if there's anybody who can like lead Drake May in the right direction, it's Mike Vrabel. And Drake May does not seem like somebody who is like super bothered by this.
I just thought it was silly that Stephen A. Smith got personally offended by the fact that Drake May didn't know that Cam Newton was on his show, and everybody watches First Take. I don't know a single person that watches First Take. Everyone's kind of done with it, especially a young person. A young person didn't, like, for me, I grew up watching ESPN. ESPN was kind of in its prime when I was younger. You had all the big sillies there. The shows were all really good. It was really, predicated on sports and getting to the sports stuff. There were some entertainment factors there, but it was really about sports. Drake May's like 10 years younger than I am. He didn't grow up with that variation of ESPN. And we also know this for a fact, Chelsea. Most NFL locker rooms watch NFL Network because they're kind of in bed with NFL Network. So everyone talks about Good Morning Football, or at least they did when Good Morning Football was at the peak of its power. I just don't know if guys are watching First Take, and if Stephen A. Smith had any idea of how the clock works. You're not sitting around in an NFL locker room at 10 a.m. You're in meetings. You're installing. You're at practice. Like, you're literally just not by a television during the hours of which his show is taking place. It's great for regular human beings. They're in your 9 to 5s, whatever, right? You can sit down, you can watch it, maybe you're listening to it. But an NFL player is doing NFL player things during that time slot. He's not watching.
Right. Like, I feel like especially Drake May, which I don't know if you follow his, like, wife's content on Instagram, but, like, they're making casseroles. Like, they're doing other things. So, like, Stephen A. Smith should not take it personally that one person is not watching his show, especially somebody who's in the middle of football season. Like, get over it, dude. It's not all about you, which is a concept that I feel like Stephen A. needs to learn. All right, let's run down some of these other games because from a trend perspective, there is one I wanted to briefly mention. It is a high spread in this Lions and Giants game. Detroit laying 10.5. But this is a trend that a lot of people in the gambling space constantly bring up. The Lions are one of the best teams coming off a loss against the spread. 13-0 ATS in games coming off a loss. So the Lions are coming off a loss. Then do you trust this trend?
I do. And I also trust it because the quarterback situation is going to be a little bit different in New York. We're thinking the Jackson Dart is going to be able to go. I'm curious if after suffering the concussion, how does that impact the way that he plays? He's an exciting player, but he's also an exciting player in losses. They're 2-9. It felt like in the early stages of the year, we were so hyped with Jackson Dart and Cam Scatterbo because they're funny and, post-game stuff. They're like, they're boys and they dress weird and cool or whatever, and it's the exciting whites. But how does he adjust his play style after the concussion? Because if he's not using his legs, he's not nearly as dynamic enough as a thrower to take advantage of this Detroit defense, especially with no Malik Neighbors. So with that in mind, I love the line for Detroit because I just don't trust that Jackson Dart is going to be in a position with the way that roster is constructed in New York that he's going to be able to keep it close.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things that we have talked about, like teams I don't want to fade. The Lions are one of those, even with huge spreads, because we know the Lions are fully capable of scoring 50 points. So, like, I ain't doing that. So even if it's a no play for me, it's never the Giants for me. All right, quickly, Seahawks-Titans, a game that nobody cares about except for maybe here in Nashville. I will say this, one trend to know, the Seahawks have the best cover margin in the NFL. Meanwhile, the Titans are the worst covering team in the NFL. So if you look at that spread and you're like 13.5, that's pretty high. Just know that I will not be in the Titans on that game. And Colts and Chiefs, I feel like this is probably one of the games of the week to see if the Colts are truly for real. Den, do you have a side in this game? Kansas City laying 3.5?
I'm on the Chiefs. The Chiefs getting to 5-6 right before Thanksgiving, I can't fathom. So I'm on the Chiefs in this one. I think they get it done. I don't know that they cover that 3.5, Chelsea, but I get it done. So maybe I would put them in a money line parlay. We talked about that yesterday, getting involved in some money line parlays in the NFL. That might be a play that I would put in a money line parlay. I just can't see them getting to 5 and 6 a few days before Thanksgiving.
It's crazy, but I think I'm going to have to wait and see because I thought that trend of Andy Reid coming off a bye, I think there were 22-3 straight up, and that trend came to an end last week against the Broncos. So maybe got to quit the Chiefs for now. All right, coming up next, the late slate, the best games, and our bets. Coming your way next on the Daily Tip.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Few moments here on the show. We'll get to the late slate in the NFL as we go over all of the games from a betting standpoint here on the Daily Tip. I'm Chelsea Messenger, Denton Day, and for Jenks. And so, Denton, I kind of peppered this in earlier because this was my favorite story of yesterday. And I feel like it was kind of pushed under the rug since the Cowboys are coming off a win, and both CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens had great games. But if you remember back to that game for the Cowboys against the Raiders, CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens sat out the first drive. And we thought to ourselves, wonder why. And now these reports are surfacing that they were out of the casino, and they did name drop the Red Rock Casino, which I might add is one of my favorite personal casinos in Vegas. But the funniest part when they're asking CeeDee Lamb about like these reports that he was like puking on the casino floor, he was like, no, that is disrespectful to assume that I was puking due to drinking too much, because you know what? I can hold my liquor. And you're like, that's the most disrespectful part of somebody assuming that you were drinking the night before a football game? So I guess CeeDee Lamb wants to protect his honor when it comes to his drinking abilities.
So it's a respect thing. You got to know that I can handle mine. I might have been doing some other things that weren't great, but I can handle mine. I've never been to the Red Rock Casino. I went to Vegas for bachelor. That would be why.
It's in Summerlin.
I don't know what that is.
It's a nice suburb, but we lived at the Red Rock Casino for a while when Jake played AAA baseball there, because the stadium's in Summerlin and it's right across the street, but it's very nice. But do you think there's going to be a problem moving forward? I do think if the Cowboys were in like the middle of like the playoff hunt, maybe this would be a bigger deal, but it just feels like the Cowboys are, number one, irrelevant, and number two, like people just don't care as much about the Cowboys. It's wild to me that you look at this story for the Cowboys where their receivers were drinking heavily the night before a game, and people are like, whatever. And then you look at the storylines coming out of Eagles camp where the Eagles are 8-2, and they're like, we have so many problems. You're like, what are you talking about? Like, and they're playing each other this week, so I just thought that it's a funny dichotomy.
Yeah, can't wait for the Hard Knocks that covers the entire NFC East to get to this point in the season. Honestly, I think if the Cowboys were in the playoff race, we wouldn't know about it because they wouldn't have sat them. That's why I'm so stunned by what Buffalo is doing with Keon Coleman. If you are in the midst of a playoff chase and you're sitting guys willingly, more power to you for being just uberly disciplined and wanting to create great young men and all those things. If the Cowboys were in the playoff hunt, those two guys, they're getting the first two passes of the game. They're calling a screen for George Pickens, and they're saying CeeDee Lamb hit a deep end, and we're going to get you. So that we wouldn't know about that situation at all until it came out in reports, because someone just happened to be around the Red Rock Casino. I assume that's where Dallas was staying. That's a tough thing, right? Because if you're going to play in Las Vegas, you don't really have a lot of hotels that don't have a casino associated with it. So I know they're like breaking curfew, if you will, but literally all they have to do is go downstairs. They're still in the building.
Right.
And they're going out having fun because, it's a city inside a lot of these things. Like I went to Caesars when I went to a bachelor party. They had everything in that. Like I didn't have to leave if I didn't want to. I did because I wanted to experience some of what Vegas was and that heat. But they got a city in there. Like there was a place where I could have bought a Rolex. I don't have Rolex money, but I could have bought a Rolex. It was just there. I was like, I saw it on the final day that I was there. I didn't even know this place existed. So that's a tough thing to kind of wrangle if you are an NFL team and the curfew and all those things.
Right, because it's unavoidable. Like this is the hotel lobby, is the casino. And what are you going to do? Just sit in your room? And like the casino's open all day. Maybe they weren't even up that late. It could have been like 7:30 or something. Because you never know what time of day it is in the casinos because they don't have any windows. But it's one of those things where, I don't know, maybe the Cowboys still have a shot at the playoffs, but also they only sat them the first drive of the game. So like, I don't know how big of a lesson that really instilled. It's like, okay, the first 3 or 4 plays, you're not playing, but the rest of the game, get back out there.
Yeah, go out there. We need you. Come on.
Right. So I don't think that was that hard line of a stance. I don't know what's going on with Keon Coleman, though. So, like, I think a lot of it depends on what is actually happening. So I'm going to reserve judgment until I hear more details about that. All right, let's get to the late slate, including the Eagles and the Cowboys. And let's start there. Because at first, when I saw this line, after the Eagles put on an offensive clinic against the Raiders, my initial thought was, okay, it's time to sell high on this on this Cowboys offense. Because, of course, you're going to put up great numbers against the Raiders, but everybody puts up great numbers against the Raiders. The Eagles' defense is certainly something else, and that has been the constant throughout the season, is that maybe there's problems on the offense for Philadelphia, but their defense has been absolutely menacing. So I look at this line, Philly laying 2.5 on the road here, and I think that is my lean. I think I'm going to go with the Eagles, laying the points here. I know their offense is not super fun to watch, but I do think the defense will keep them in it. At the end of the day, the Eagles keep winning football games. So I think I trust them in the last 2 minutes of the game if it comes down to that.
I'm kind of feeling an under. 47.5 is a big number for an Eagles defense that doesn't allow a lot of points. And a couple weeks ago, we saw a game with Dallas where we thought they were just going to run it up on the scoreboard, and they didn't. I know they did against Vegas, but offensively, it's not like they're just hanging 40 every single weekend. And then on the other side, right, it's hell on offense for Philadelphia. A.J. Brown is literally in hell right now. I love it. It's the most hilarious storyline that's happened this entire NFL season. That man hates his life right now. And I just don't know that I can trust Philadelphia's offense to score 24. So if you still like him to cover, and you don't like him to score 24, can't get over. So I like the under at 47.5, but I do feel kind of odd that number is as high as it is, because we see a lot of really short numbers across the rest of the slate. Like the Browns and Raiders with Shador's debut, that's a 36 on the total. The Falcons and the Saints with Kirko Chains, and I think it's Tyler Shuck that's playing for the Saints. That franchise is irrelevant. But that's a 40.5 number. So it's not like Vegas is scared of giving low numbers. So this number being a high number, maybe this is where the other shoe drops, but in a positive way. And A.J. Brown graduates from hell to purgatory, and the offense actually plays well.
I think a lot of it is based on what you think of the Cowboys defense. If you think the Cowboys defense is fixed by Quinnen Williams, because Quinnen Williams did make a name for himself in that last game. He was all over the field, but the Raiders' offensive line is not good, and Geno Smith is not great at avoiding sacks. So I do think it's going to be a different story for the Eagles. And here's the thing about the Eagles as well, is that they have played back-to-back good teams. Like, we have seen games that feel like baseball scores almost, but it was against the Lions and the Packers. Like, I put those teams in several tiers above the defense that we're going to see for the Cowboys. I'm not super sold on the Cowboys defense, so I think maybe that's why the total is where it is.
But are you sold on Jalen Hurts? Because he's going to have to be better. The Saquon is not having the year that he had last year. We're very aware of that. And my guess is that because of the addition of Quinnen Williams, it's going to be very difficult for him on Sunday again, which means Jalen Hurts is going to have to throw the ball. And we can list his resume and his accolades, but are you putting your money on Jalen Hurts having to throw the ball for a majority of the game?
I mean, you don't think that he can turn things around? I feel like this is a very similar theory and mindset as the Chiefs game. So you're telling me that you can believe in the Chiefs, but you can't believe in the Eagles? I feel like they're both teams that you kind of leave the light on for, where it's not going to shock me if the Eagles snap out of it and it's like, whoa, Jalen Hurts is a good quarterback. Who knew?
It wouldn't stun me, but I'd put way more on the Chiefs getting out of that than Philadelphia, because they have legit problems. The Chiefs, it's not like they hate each other. They hate each other in Philadelphia. A.J. Brown is not thrilled with what is happening there, and he's just now openly letting people know. What he said yesterday was, it was not on a stream. It was not when he was off camera, but we knew he was there. He was in front of reporters and said, I can't look at other people's numbers because it makes me sad. I felt kind of bad for him. I was like, damn, my man's going through an emotional moment right now. I'm going through an emotional moment too, because he's on my fantasy team. But he just does not like the situation there. I think that's bleeding
Yeah,
over a little bit.
He even said something. He was like, well, look at Saquon's numbers. He's not Saquon this year. I was like, oh, no, don't throw him under the bus, which is not what I think he was meaning to do. I just think he's just frustrated. And he's saying, hey, look at the offense as a whole. And I do think the differentiating factor between the Chiefs and the Eagles is that I still trust the offensive play calling in Kansas City. Like, nobody's looking at Andy Reid and be like, oh, I don't think he can figure out the offensive scheme out. Because isn't that the question in Philly? Is that like the play calling is boring and it's the same personnel as last year? What's the problem?
Yeah, I mean, losing, Kellen Moore hurts, but you just elevate a guy. So he did all the things, he saw all the things that Kellen Moore was doing, and then he's just not doing them. Like the Chiefs, it's just you look at Travis Kelce and you're like, well, he's old. And that's pretty much it. That's why the offense isn't all that good. He's kind of old, and we still can't trust Rashid Rice and Xavier Worthy on a week in, week out basis yet. They just don't have enough NFL time under their belt. With Philadelphia, though, they're just boring. And it's not if this was week 3, it'd be all right. We're not giving them enough. Yeah. But when all of the NFL quarterbacks are coming out here and being like, yeah, this offense sucks, I think it's fair for us to be like, yeah, his offense does suck. I agree with Drew Brees. He knows what he's talking about.
All right, finally, we have a minute left. I wanted to touch on this game briefly because I didn't want to lose listeners because it's not going to be a fun game. The Browns and the Raiders. And this total has been dropping like a rock, and it now sits at 36. So I think both of us are kind of leaning towards the under. It makes a ton of sense with the Browns defense, what Myles Garrett is doing this year. The Raiders offense, we saw them against the Cowboys. That's not an offense I want to trust. But at what point is the number too low? 36 is really low.
That is really low. For an NFL game, that's really low. But I'd bet it. I'd play it. I feel like we're jumping on the ride the way that we did with Iowa a couple years ago. I'm on.
They can't make the numbers low enough for Geno Smith and Shadur Sanders. All right, coming up next, hour 3. And speaking of college football, we will get to the best games on the slate after the break here on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Right now on a Football Friday, in mere moments here on the show, we will get to the college football slate. Denton Day, and for Jenks, I'm Chelsea Messenger. And I do feel like we need a little preface before we get into college football, because I think what goes into these handicaps as well is that there's only 2 games remaining in the regular season for most of these teams, I believe. So it's prove it time for a lot of these teams who are either on the bubble or, in the last set of the college football rankings. And I will say, like, for some of these top teams, maybe there's not much to prove. Like, you look at Ohio State and you're like, all right, they don't really have much to prove. And that is a big line. But then as you're looking at some of these games, and like the one that stands out to me is the Oklahoma and the Missouri game, where I think a lot of people look at this game and they say, oh, Oklahoma coming off a big win, it's going to be a letdown spot against Missouri. I feel like Oklahoma still has things to prove. Like, you are looking at one of the toughest schedules in college football, and the Sooners came out the other end, and they have a good chance, if they don't pee down their legs, to get in the college football playoff. So especially with Brent Venables leading the way, he comes across to me as a very intense guy. I don't think this is a letdown spot at all.
No, it's not. It's not a letdown spot because everyone else in the SEC has their layup games this week. So, like, you look up and down the slate of college football, and you see some matches with Samford. I think there's an Eastern Illinois matchup in there. Charlotte and Georgia, squaring off the mighty Charlotte. What are they, like the Flyers? I don't know what they are. 49ers. That makes sense. So I think this is a big game for Oklahoma. They have to prove offensively as well. Like, what they did last weekend against Alabama was awesome. They fly around the field on defense. We know that. But they got to win with only 250 some odd yards. I think it was 253 yards of offense against Alabama. You got to start to prove that you can put together more offense than that. Because as great as your defense is, you are going to come up against teams in the college football playoff that will not struggle the way that Alabama did to move the football. We've seen that already. They gave up a combined 708 passing yards to Ole Miss and Tennessee. The fact that Alabama wasn't able to get there was surprising, but you know that is a vulnerability for you. So you need to prove that you can go play enough offense to, when you do face a team, potentially, who knows how the standings or the bracket will match up against, but you know that Georgia can move the football really effectively. Ohio State can move the football really effectively. Last weekend, we learned that Texas A&M, even when they're down, they can move the football really effectively. There's a lot of really good teams that can throw the ball around. Can you hang with them when you get to that part in the college football playoffs? So I think this is a great opportunity for them to really beat their chest a little bit and just get another good quality win on the resume.
Yeah, and it's wild to me that, like, I understand John Mateer got hurt, but there was a point in the season where he looked like the Heisman frontrunner. And I wonder, the more games that he has under his belt after that injury, if he's going to look any better. Like, do you think there's still upside for John Mateer?
Upside, yes. Heisman, no. His numbers aren't nearly good enough. Right. The problem with him is we didn't see it so much against Alabama, which was great. This is positive. It's progress. But we saw it in the loss against Ole Miss. He's a big game hunter. And that's really good if you're playing a team where you are by far the better team. But when you are playing a team that's on your level and you go big game hunting on a 4th down, when you can, instead of taking a 3-yard that gets the first down, a 3-yard little in-route 3-yard hitch, going for a deep shot down the sideline on a 4th down, you can't do that. And I think he learned a little bit from that, but I need to see him play within the rhythm of the offense a little bit better. He's a guy, he's a gamer with his legs, and he's not afraid to use his legs, but you can't just do that on a week-in, week-out basis at this level in the SEC. There's very few. We've seen it. Jane Daniels did it a couple years ago, but there's very few guys that can really just destroy an SEC defense on a weekly basis with their legs. He's not that. So he's going to need to have to play a little bit better with his arm, and that he needs to be a little bit more accurate.
Well, and here's the other thing. When you play with such a good defense on your team, he doesn't necessarily need to do it all. Like, maybe to cover the spread, and I understand that's like what we're talking about here, because the line is what, 7.5? I think it was 6.5. But you look at this Oklahoma defense, and I think the key matchup in this one is, okay, can you stop the run against Missouri? Because Ahmad Hardy, one of the best running backs in the SEC, one of the best running backs in all of college football. But I do think if you consider yourself a defensive mind like Brent Venables does, I think that your strength should be able to shut down the best player on the opposing team. And especially if that offense is going to be one-dimensional, because I don't have a whole lot of faith in Missouri's, backup quarterback since Bo Perbula went down. So I just think it's a bad matchup for Missouri, and I do think it's going to be the defense once again that carries Oklahoma to a win.
Yeah, Oklahoma's fourth in rush defense in the country. Yeah, so they're used to that. They completely took that element away from Alabama last week. They've done a really good job playing the run. They average 82.2 yards given up in the running game. So they're going to be in a really good spot where Ahmed Hardy, who's a great player, is not going to be a huge factor into the second half, fourth quarter.
Yeah, I don't think so either. How do you feel about this line, though? Because, again, I think Oklahoma wins, but with a total of 41.5 and a line of, I guess it's still 7.5, would you lay the points with Oklahoma?
Yeah. Missouri can't score. They don't have enough offense. So could this be like a 20-7 game? Yeah. And I'd feel pretty good about that. They just, without Bo Perbula, they cannot move the football effectively. It's unfortunate, especially because it sure feels like Eli Drinkowitz is going to be leaving Missouri at the end of this season, is going to be taking whatever job that Lane Kiffin does not take. So this is, maybe not the best way to end his tenure at Missouri, because he's done some really good things, but I don't think they have enough offensive firepower to score more than 14 against Oklahoma. So yeah, I feel pretty good about that number, and maybe an underplay too.
Yeah, and it should be noted it is 7 over at BetMGM, so no hook there, which is always a good thing. All right, next up, let's go to one of the few top 25 matchups. Number 15 USC at number 7 Oregon. Oregon laying 9.5. I understand why Oregon is favored, but this line is a little bigger than I thought. But we've seen USC give up big chunk plays on the ground, which is not good when you go against an Oregon rush offense that's one of the best in the country. So I do think it's a good matchup for Oregon, but USC kept it closer against Iowa. Like, obviously they won the game, but I thought that game was going to be a little bit different, in my opinion. So maybe I'm wrong on USC. But in my opinion, I think this is a prove-it game for Oregon. If we talk about teams who still need to prove something, I feel like the committee's not super sold on Oregon. I know they're in the college football, playoff right now. But still, I think Dan Lanning gets his guys up for this one. It's a home game. I think if I'm leaning towards the side, it's going to be Oregon.
10 is a massive number. I did not think that this number was going to be as large as it is. When I try and do my Denton bookmaker shtick, where I try and predict lines of matchups before they actually get released, I thought this was going to be like kind of similar to what we saw with Oklahoma and Missouri, a 7, maybe 7.5. So the fact that this is 10 is a big deal. But I've fallen for this before, Chelsea, so I'm a little hesitant. A couple years ago, Oregon was a 9.5-point favorite over Washington. This was Bo Nix's Oregon, Michael Penix's Washington. In the Pac-12 championship, long live the Pac-12, pour one out. They had already lost to Washington. Now, this doesn't really impact this USC matchup, but they'd already lost to Washington, but everyone felt like Oregon was a better team. They were a massive favorite, and then they lost straight up in the Pac-12 championship to Washington. Washington goes on, they go and play a national championship, and then Kalen DeBoer leaves for Alabama. But I'm hesitant because of that to lay big numbers against ranked teams with Dan Lanning. I still like Dan Lanning a lot. He's one of my favorite coaches. But when it comes to laying a double-digit 2-score number against a team in USC that's also vying for a spot in the playoff, because if they win, USC is very much alive. They're not alive in the Big Ten championship race. That's going to be Ohio State and Indiana. But they're very much alive to get into the college football playoffs still. So I think there's a lot on the line here. I'm shying away from laying that 10 with Oregon. Maybe I'll look at like an over. I just need to see still a little bit more. What they did last weekend against Minnesota offensively was awesome, but I still see shades of what they did against Iowa, which is not awesome, what they did against Wisconsin 2 weeks prior, which was not awesome. I need to see a little bit more from Dante Moore in a big game atmosphere to see what he can do.
Yeah, I was kind of shocked at this line as well. So I think I'm going to stay away for that reason. Oh, okay. I wanted to ask you about this game because I think you're on the opposite side of me in that BYU and Cincinnati. So you look at a Cincinnati team that has not looked good as of late and a BYU team that I feel like kind of closely resembles Utah. Like it's a physical team. Even the coach there is from the Kyle Whittingham coaching tree, I believe. And Utah beat Cincinnati 45-14. So, Den, I think you're on Cincinnati in this game. You're going to have to sell me on it.
But this is just a baseline how the numbers play out kind of bet here. I would think that BYU, even though they're going on the road, would be a much larger favorite against a Cincinnati team that is unranked and then, as you mentioned, is not playing exceptionally well, despite the fact that they still might mathematically be alive for the Big 12 championship. I think a lot would need to happen, but they're at least at the top of the conference right now in terms of their conference record. So they have all things going, it feels like, for them in a negative direction. Yet that number is really short. So that tells me that I'm missing something. And I know the books, this has now been 2 years, where the books do not love BYU. They didn't love them at the end of the year last year, and they ended up being right as we got into the final few weeks of the season. There's been some times where they haven't loved them a ton. This year, the Texas Tech game was an example of that, but they ended up being correct there. There's just something about this line that immediately, when I see the unranked team being really short dogs at home, that I feel like something is off. So I'm just taking this as a system play, and I'm rolling with Cincinnati.
Oof. Yeah, that one doesn't make sense to me. So, like, I'm staying away because that line does not make sense to me. There was another 2.5 on the board that seemed strange to me, and I know this is not on our list of games to talk about, but Georgia Tech laying 2.5 at home against Pitt. That one, again, sometimes when lines are fishy, it just makes me not want to play it. So I'm just not going to play it. I did want to talk about Tennessee, Florida. Obviously, I am here in Tennessee. This is a big rivalry matchup. And sometimes we see this in rivalry games where, even though Tennessee is ranked and Florida is not, these games can play closer to the vest, as we saw with that Florida and Georgia game. So the line, this one's actually pretty tight. Tennessee laying 4.5. It's not going to shock me if Florida wins this game. Honestly, Florida has owned Tennessee in this matchup, the last 10 years, especially, if they're getting points. Then can you talk me off playing the Gators here? Is this more than just a rivalry? Is there something in this game where you say, okay, Florida is a bad team, Chelsea. Do not let the rivalry affect your play.
Here's the thing, though. Florida's still talented, so I can't talk you off this at all. Like, they're still a talented team. They've pushed some other really good teams to the brink over the past couple of weeks. I will say this. If you love Vanderbilt and you love the story and the potential of Vanderbilt getting into the college football playoff, you want Tennessee to hammer Florida because you want them to climb back up into the rankings, maybe flirt with the top 15. We'll see what happens with that Georgia Tech matchup, with the USC matchup that we were just talking about. You would think that maybe some of those teams are going to fall a little bit, so maybe Tennessee jumps back into the top 15, and then Vanderbilt smashes them at home in the state championship next weekend, rivalry weekend. And then you look at the committee and say, hey, look at this win. We have a couple of wins that are really impressive. We should be in the college football playoff. So if you love Vanderbilt, you want Tennessee to win this. Tennessee, to me, has been lackluster. Joey Aguilar's been a good player, not a great player. And at the beginning of the year, when you weren't seeing as tough of a competition on a week-in, week-out basis, he was doing some really impressive things. I mean, even in that game against Georgia, he was doing some really impressive things, putting up some really impressive numbers, but there's an accuracy thing there, and there's an efficiency thing there that is not at the tier that it needs to be to consider Tennessee to be a great team, and that's why this line is as short as it is, because as bad as Florida has been from a PR perspective this year, when you lose Billy Napier and you had high expectations and you've fallen short of them yet again, and now you're in conversations with Lane Kiffin and you're flying his family out and doing all these things, like it feels like the entire story of this Gators team has been nothing to do with the football itself. They're still a talented group. I still really like DJ Lagway. I may die on this hill, but I still really like DJ Lagway. I think there's some traits there So I do like Florida. That 4.5, that's a short number at home in a rivalry matchup under the lights on ABC. I can't talk you off that one. I'm sorry. I think I like Florida.
Yeah, especially since the Swamp has been a house of horrors for the Vols. Tennessee 0-10 in their last 10 games on the road at Florida. And like when you look at the history of Tennessee against Florida, like they've had some good quarterbacks who could not beat Florida, including Peyton Manning. So I don't know what it is about that rivalry, but Florida has been chomping the Vols for most of it. All right, coming up next here on the show, which team is on upset alert this weekend? We give you our favorite dogs in the NFL and college football. It's next.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Sponsored by BetMGM.
Right. Coming up in this segment here on the Daily Tip, Football Friday continues, and this segment is dedicated to the dogs. Which underdogs will be barking this weekend, and who's on upset alert? We'll run down our favorite options in the NFL and college football. But first, Denton Day and for Jenks. But first, Denton, we have to get to Lane Kiffin's motivational corner. He has tweeted out his quote for the day, or his passage of the day, I might say, because this one's a paragraph. I'm not going to read it all, but this is what Lane has selected for November 21st on a Friday. It says, day 228. How do you figure out what you really want? You imagine a life that would be too good to be true, and then you take note of the elements, the themes. Are you surrounded by others? Are you quiet? Are you hopeful or healing or resting? Are you adventuring? Are you in your wild? And it asks, are you, about 15 other times. And it ends by saying this: make a map of that life and live it now. Live it here. So what are we reading into this passage today?
All right. So if I were to, get the pen out and do some highlighting, I'd highlight the first little question. How do you figure out what you really want? That's a question that we're all asking you, Lane Kiffin, so you need to give us the answer to that one. I'd look at the end, make a map of that life, and live it now. Live it here. Well, where's here? I could think of 3 cities that could potentially be here. I could think of Baton Rouge. I think of Oxford, Mississippi. I could think of Gainesville, Florida. There's a lot there, Chelsea. And then on top of that, and like literally on top of the passage, it says day 228. It's funny because yesterday we read day 225. Now, I'm not a math major. My father was. But I am smart enough to know that in a 24-hour cycle, you don't go through 3 days. So 225 to 228, what was said in 226 or 227 that maybe wasn't up to snuff with what can be shared on social media? Or do we go back into yesterday's Easter egg that 225 is the area code of Baton Rouge? And he just really wanted to make sure that he got that one out there as he's rumored for the LSU job. And then I saw something on social media. Now, I haven't validated this, but I saw something on social media that his daughter was at a boosters event in Baton Rouge yesterday. That's odd. I mean, she's dating Whit Weeks, so maybe there's something there. But I found that to be a little odd. And we got information yesterday, alleged, that Lane Kiffin is meeting with the athletic director at Ole Miss today to discuss, I would presume, the future. Maybe they're talking about their weekend plans and their Thanksgiving plans. I would guess they've already talked about that. I mean, if you're talking to your boss about your Thanksgiving plans, 4 days before Thanksgiving, you're way behind the curve. You got to, help your boss out a little bit. But my guess is that there's going to be a really big conversation with at least one pen readily available and likely a contract that is going to be readily available. And Lane Kiffin will have the decision. Does he want to sign that contract? Does he not want to sign that contract? A lot going on in Oxford. This is probably the most attention that we have ever paid to the state of Mississippi over a prolonged period of time, literally ever.
I thought you were going to say this is probably the most thinking that's gone on in the state of Mississippi for a second.
That could be accurate,
listen,
too.
I've seen the public school rankings, and Mississippi is never towards the top. They're always like one of the states that Tennessee is like hanging their hat on beating. They're like, hey, we're not great at public schooling, but at least we're not Mississippi or Alabama. We're beating them at least.
I do think, though, that Mike Leach did the Battle Royale thing when he was at Mississippi State, or he did a version. So I'm sure they probably thought a little bit in the state with that.
And it took a college football head coach for them to do so. Like, not an academic, even though one would argue that Mike Leach was both. But at the end of the day, like, it's very easy for us to read this and roll our eyes. But I've heard from many people who are like closer to the situation than I am that it's not all about money for Lane Kiffin. So let me ask you, do you think he's really sitting down and thinking about this? Because if it's not about money, and if it's about like his quality of life and where he really wants to be in life, maybe he is sitting and pondering these big questions.
I think I would assume that he is. And I would also encourage, like, if you have a big decision, the caliber that Lane Kiffin has in whatever you do in life, sit down and think about it as well. Like, you don't need to be firing from the hip when making a big decision like this. But the frustration lies in the fact that he is now, like, he is doing this. He tweeted at Rhett Lashley when he was, I presume, in Dallas recruiting, but he was at a private airport in Dallas. That was literally yesterday. Like, so the Twitter Lane Kiffin, he knows what he's doing. I do wonder if you're looking for quality of life. I've never been to Oxford, Mississippi. I would imagine that a $10 million contract goes pretty well in Oxford, Mississippi. You can get a nice house. You can get a pool if you want to get a pool. You can get a hot yoga studio. I know he's very big into hot yoga. Like, you can make the dollar go really far in Oxford, Mississippi. And you're in the SEC. And I think you look at one of the frustrations that I have always had, Chelsea, since I have jumped into the space of college football, is this idea that you can win at place X but not place Y. And this is a great example because LSU, we know that you can win at LSU. Florida won with Urban Meyer, but that was 20 years ago now. So what is it about Florida that makes anyone think that they can win and recruit and do all the things that you need to better there, but you can't do that at Ole Miss when Lane Kiffin has spent the last few years running circles around Florida in all of those things? And you have financial backing from your organization because, again, you're in the SEC. So, like, I've always been very confused by, like, you can win here, but you can't win here. If you were really good, you could win anywhere. Nick Saban has showed that. Urban Meyer showed that. Like, he was winning big-time games at Utah. We think of Utah highly now because Kyle Whittingham has done a really good job since taking over. But Urban Meyer lifted that program to the forefront because he was doing all of the things that he needed to do, and he was winning. You look at Curt Cignetti in Indiana. He is winning at Indiana because he is going about things the right way. So I don't know that Lane Kiffin needs to leave somewhere to go win. All you got to do is get your current place of employment to maybe make a few changes, but I don't even know what changes you would need to make other than just, hey, I want a little bit more money for this. Hey, I want maybe a little bit better facilities here. You know, you got to constantly re-up your facilities in college football. I'm also very frustrated, Chelsea, that Ole Miss is not playing this week because this would be gambling gold if they were playing. Even if they were playing a layup game, which they didn't have, they're not a part of layup week, but even if they were playing a layup game, we could find some like unique angles as to how we wanted to bet an Ole Miss versus, Mississippi Southern University. I don't know if that's a real thing or not, but just a team that they're paying millions of dollars to beat up on. So the fact that he's doing all of this when they're not actually playing really frustrates me as we talk gambling on the show.
Right. But I do think Florida has some things like, so it sounds to me like you think Ole Miss to Florida is a lateral move, correct? Like, am I
say
picking that up correctly?
Florida is a better job nationally, but I don't think it's a big enough job to justify doing this.
Right. Because I think, like, that's the question I'd ask myself. But we know Lane Kiffin has sentimental ties to Florida with the Steve Spurrier stuff. Maybe Gainesville is better to live in. And here's the other thing that I think maybe Lane Kiffin is stuck on. When else will he get this opportunity to be this hot of a commodity? Like, we know how quickly the game changes in college football. Like, we've been talking about this all week where it was, when Lane Kiffin was at USC, he was fired on the tarmac. Now he's the hottest name in college football. So I do think that he is taking this decision very, being very mindful about it because, like, he's probably not going to have another chance to be the hottest name in college football because, like, who knows what happens down the road. And also, like, some of these other coaches just signed extensions, so they just took themselves out of the conversation. So I do think if he's thinking, hey, my ultimate goal is to get to Florida, this might be my only chance.
I heard a rumor. Now, this is not confirmed, but I heard a rumor that there's a job that he desperately wants, and that job is not open. Now, I could connect the dots and think that that is likely Alabama, but Alabama's not open. So I don't know. Like, maybe I just don't understand his or don't fully comprehend his love for Steve Spurrier. But I don't know why that would make you want to coach football at Florida, because it feels like you would immediately, especially if we know the story about why he wears the visor and he has his love for Steve Spurrier, it immediately puts you in the shadow of him when you go coach there. So I don't know that he would want to do that. Where at the very least, if you care about legacy, I don't know if Lane Kiffin cares about legacy. Sometimes I think coaches lie to us when they talk about legacy. They're like, I don't care about it. I think a lot of them do. When you care about legacy, he could go down as the best coach to ever coach at Ole Miss, ever. Like right now, I would say, just off the top of my head, Hugh Freeze had some really good years there. You could probably go way back in the Wayback Machine in the 80s, 70s, 60s, whatever, and find a coach that had a lot of success there when college football was formatted in a drastically different way. But he has an opportunity to be the greatest coach ever at a program and then lead them for the next 10-ish so years, because you look around right now, Chelsea, and there's not a lot of really great coaches in college football. Like if we're talking the best coaches, we're talking Kirby Smart, we're talking Ryan Day, and then who's next in that list
Cignetti.
In terms of people that Cignetti, but he's only done it for 2 years at this level, and he hasn't won a championship. Right. So, there's a lot of openings to potentially join that echelon, whereas for years it was Saban, and then Dabo was in there for a little bit, but there was a big, big gap because you knew that was the best. I think Lane Kiffin has an opportunity at Ole Miss to do some really, really special things. And I know I'm pontificating here, but I also would be really bummed if a coach that is going to coach in the college football playoff leaves his team to not coach in the college football playoff. That would be for someone that loves college football. And I've always thought in the back of my mind that would be the one thing that nobody would do, because it's a championship and it's a quest for a championship. And if you look at Ole Miss, they have a good enough team to justify, running the table potentially. It would really bum me out if he leaves to go coach somewhere else, especially if that money isn't drastically different. If they're doubling his salary and, hey, we got 20 for you, hey, go take the 20 million. That is what it is. But if the salary's only going up $500,000, which is a lot to regular people, but to coaches, it's really not. I'd be really bummed if he does that.
Lane Kiffin wouldn't disappoint a fan base. Now, would he? Don't ask Tennessee fans that question. All right, so we got deep in the rabbit hole of Lane Kiffin, and it's very easy to. I said to myself, we'll read this quote, and we'll talk about it for a second. And then we'll get to our underdogs. So we only have a couple minutes left in this segment. So Florida was one of my dogs that I do think are going to be barking, just because we talked about this last segment. Tennessee 0-10 on the road against Florida in the last 10 matchups. So that's the stat that I'm keying in on there. But then I did want to ask you about this game, because Texas is laying 9 points against Arkansas. And I think a lot of people look at Texas and they're like, oh yeah, they're in the thick of it for the college football playoff. Arkansas, But this used to be a rivalry game. These two teams used to be in the same conference. This is a 9-point spread. And my biggest question is this: do we fully trust Texas now? Or are we still a little iffy? Because I don't find myself looking at Texas and be like, that's a team I can believe in.
I'm way more iffy. Way more iffy. It would be a completely different story if they played really hard against Georgia and it was late into the game and then fourth quarter Georgia just took over. We knew that game was over by the time we got to halftime. They just did not have it. Offensively, they leave a lot to be desired, and Arkansas's not a good team, but it does feel like Texas is the kind of team that plays down. They don't play up to the opponents, but they play down to the opponents. So that number being a 2-score number with what we've seen, mathematically, you could still maybe argue that Texas is alive in the college football playoff. I think if they beat Texas A&M next week, that's going to make the committee make a really tough decision on some of the final spots. But I do think there's a chance that they stumble a little bit. Not taking an L, but they stumble a little bit against Arkansas and don't look nearly as impressive as this number suggests.
Right. I just feel like the market is still a little too high on Texas. A 9-point spread here for an Arkansas team, which I understand they're not winning games, but they've kept a lot of them close. They lost to LSU 23-22, lost to Mississippi State 38-35, and they lost to Texas A&M 45-42. So they've proved that they can keep it close. So 9 points is a lot to me.
Yeah, and I cannot in good conscience lay 9 with a Texas offense that looks like this Texas offense against an SEC school. Sam Houston State, maybe. Arkansas, I can't do it.
Yeah, I think Texas still needs to prove something to me, which is wild as we stand with only 2 games left in the regular season. What a season for Texas. Ugh. A roller coaster of emotions. All right, coming up next here on the show, time for our parlays. Parlay Central comes your way next on the Daily Show.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
baby, because life is too short not to play parlays. Like, we pontificate a lot on the show about parlays are minus EV and you shouldn't be, putting the bankroll on parlays. But listen, like, every weekend, if you want to do a parlay, it's fine. Just do not put the mortgage on it. And it can be a fun way to bet on things. So it's fine. So as I'm adding this together, here's the other wild thing about parlays is sometimes like books will be weird about what you can parlay. So that's what I'm running into right now, where MGM's like, are you sure? We don't think we can do that bet. So as I tinker with this and parlay this, then can you think off the top of your head about the best parlay you've hit this year? Because I feel like when people hit a parlay, it's one of those core memories that they will not hesitate to tell you about on a moment's notice, even sometimes when you don't ask about it.
I hit one a couple weeks ago. That is true, by the way. I hit one a couple weeks ago when the Lions were playing the Commanders, and I had taken the approach of, if my defense is going to impact me and my week mentally, they might as well line my pockets. So I had a nice parlay of Jahmyr Gibbs over 75 yards rushing, Jahmyr Gibbs anytime touchdown, Jameson Williams over 44.5 yards receiving, Jameson Williams anytime touchdown. All that hit, paid 9-1. It was glorious. I was like, all right, I'm not even that mad. I was like cheering, sitting upstairs, doing the pregame, halftime, postgame show situation that I do locally. I was like sitting there cheering. I was like running around because I was making money. My team was getting just curb stomped, but I was making money in the process. So I was like, this is a big time win for your boy.
Yeah, and I think that was like a good game to do a same game parlay on, is that because the high scoring games, I feel like, especially if you like player props or anytime touchdowns, those are the ones to load up. Like, do not make a huge same game parlay on a game that has a total of 36. And as I'm looking at this, I'm like, wow, we might have two plays in the Browns and Raiders, but one of those is the under. And then, to your dismay, I've had to take off the interception one for Shedeur Sanders because like BetMGM is like changing the number on that or something. So
that's probably why it was giving you a fit too, because it's like, hey, we can't do a big parlay with two in the same game. It has to be same game parlay situations. So that was probably what was giving you a fit.
Yeah, so I've been tinkering with that. This is the most like tech work that I've done in a long time, and for good reason, because I'm not normally very good at it. All right, so I think I finally have it all set and, ready to roll. So let's get to it. It's our squad parlay. We have a sounder here, I think. Or we did. All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, adults of all ages, it's time for the show parlay.
There we go. Step right up and try your hand. It's a big plus money. So we did things a little differently this week because, listen, we haven't been winning these, so I am trying something different where I'm going with some plays that I like, but dumbed down a little bit. So I'm doing alt numbers because some of these plays I've been playing in the squad parlay have not been hitting. So I'm going to start us off with a couple legs here. We've talked about fading the Bears a lot on this show, and I do think regression is looming for a team that somehow is 7-3, winning all these close games against bad teams. But I think the Steelers can at least keep it within a touchdown because Bears, have not been blowing out people. It's been all these close games. So even if it is Mason Rudolph, I'm going to go Steelers +7. That is the first leg for me. Then we're going to follow it up with Travion Henderson to score a touchdown. It's -190 by itself, but you combine those two and it is palatable. And plus, we have a bunch of other legs. Travion Henderson has been an absolute threat in the red zone. Even if Ramondre Stevenson comes back, he's the guy in the red zone. And plus, they play the Bengals this week, who are one of the worst teams against the run and one of the teams that are giving up the most rushing touchdowns of any team in the NFL. So Travion Henderson feels like a solid play. All right, Denton, let's go to you next. What are your contributions to this week's squad parlay?
So I have two at the moment. I'm going to add a third one. I've had to call an audible with the Shedeur Sanders thing just to make sure, we can make this thing work. My first one is going to be an A.J. Brown anytime touchdown +170. I want to get some positive juice into the mix. A.J. Brown is very unhappy, and it does feel like we are approaching the territory where Nick Sirianni's mindset is just going to be, here, take it. We're at the goal line, take the football so you will finally shut up when it comes to somebody asking you how you feel about the offense. So I think A.J. Brown, especially against Dallas too, rivalry game, get up for it. And this would kind of cement them, by the way. Not that there's any question of it, but if they beat Dallas, they win the division. Not mathematically, there's still like some weird stuff there, but if they're 9-2 and the second place team is Dallas, who has a tie in there already, and at that point it would be 6 losses, they win the division. So there's extra emphasis on this one. I'm giving A.J. Brown a touchdown plus 170.
It does feel like when the Eagles throw the ball, it's to A.J. Brown or Devonta Smith. So, I feel like that's a pretty good option. Okay, did you say there was a second leg you wanted to add? Can you throw it out so I can start searching for it?
So I'm also keeping track of this. So if you don't want to do the tech duties, I can handle the tech duties. I'm going to go Jahmyr Gibbs over 75.5 yards rushing. They're playing the Giants. The Giants are not a very good team. I think Detroit is going to be really kicking their face in. And because of that, I think they'll run the football a lot. Jahmyr Gibbs is dynamic as hell. So I'm going to go Jahmyr Gibbs over 75 rushing yards at minus 110.
It should be noted that is 75 plus. So if it lands exactly on 75, you still win your bet.
Cash.
So I wanted to clarify that because it is important for, as somebody who continues to lose bets by the hook. Important clarification. All right, so the rest of our team here, Dan likes the Colts plus 3.5. Dan, do you want to come on and talk about it? You certainly don't have to, because I think Denton will probably go against you, because I know he likes the Chiefs. So can you give us briefly why you like the Colts here? Right. Yeah, at some point it feels like the torch is going to be passed. And here's the other thing. I said this about last game is that if you look at numbers and you're like, oh, well, this is such a good trend. You looked at the Chiefs coming off a bye. They were 22-3 straight up. There was a good reason to believe that the Chiefs were going to win that game against the Broncos, and they just didn't. So at some point the magic is going to run out. Okay, so it's Kenny, right? That's we have a rotation going here. So Kenny, I think. Do you have a pick for us?
Kenny's
I don't see anything.
Yeah, by the way, I like
I'll
Dan's
give out
play.
A pick or two.
I like it.
Okay, Kenny.
Yeah, I think the Colts might be the right side if you're getting the hook. But I do think the Chiefs win the game, so that's a tough one there. I actually was going to give out a Chiefs touchdown. It's kind of a negative correlation if you're putting the Colts in a parlay, but I think Rashee Rice gets back in the end zone this week. He's plus money at plus 115. They've been using him a lot at the goal line, too, as a rusher. And obviously, he can catch a touchdown. He's their number one receiver. So I like that at plus money, plus 115. Rashee Rice.
Okay, so we started this parlay by thinking, okay, I'm going to go conservative here. Now we're up to 81-1. So maybe we need to stop with the legs. But here's what we have so far. Okay, so I'll read the legs out to you guys. Steelers plus 7 over the Bears. Just hoping for regression looming for the Bears. Travion Henderson to score a touchdown for the Patriots against the Bengals. Maryland plus 14 against Michigan. A.J. Brown to score a touchdown. Colts plus 3.5. And Rashee Rice to score a touchdown. Jahmyr Gibbs to rush for at least 75 yards. And there you have it. That is 81-1, my friends.
We have your under 36.
I couldn't put it in.
Oh, so it works for me.
I'm not doing 36 though. I wanted to do 41, and then the technical work got out of control for me, so I gave up.
All right, 81-1. Let me see if I can put it in at 41 real quick, because the number that I had for the okay, that might hurt us a little bit. Come on, BetMGM. Let me parlay a bunch of these alt lines. That's you said you wanted 41.
Okay, at what point do you stop building a parlay? Because, we could go on forever. But, the more legs you add, there is a reason the odds get dramatically longer. We're at 81-1. Is that not good enough for you, Denton?
I wanted more. I want a chain, Chelsea. I got Christmas gifts to buy. If we do put in your under 41.5, it is plus 10,381. So we're 113-1.
So do you want to do that? I feel like we should kick it out. I feel like there's a
right, we can
reason
kick
that
it
it like
out.
spit it out. I'm kind of superstitious. I don't know if you're like that, but I'm like, oh, there's a reason that it didn't let me put that in. So let's leave it out. And like, who wants to sweat and under? So let's not do that. We'll keep it at 81-1.
Keep it
So
81 to
let
1.
me. What's the biggest sabotage factor here? Not to put people on the spot. What's the one that you're most worried about? Like I look at the Steelers, I'm like, all right, their defense is bad. Maybe the Bears surprise me, and I've been a Bears hater, and they're standing here at 7-3. Anytime touchdowns can be tricky, sometimes we've covered that. Is it the Colts? Like, is this the biggest one where you say, okay, there is a chance that the Chiefs return back to form and they look like the Chiefs team that they should have looked like all season long?
No, I think it's AJ Brown. Because Philadelphia has proved to this point, they're 8-2. They don't need him to score. And maybe they go the opposite. Like, I'm thinking they're going to be like, we're tired of you complaining. We want to make you happy. It's going to be easier for maybe they just go the complete opposite. And Jalen Hurts throws only to Devontae Smith and Dallas Goedert. And AJ Brown doesn't get catches. And then he's throwing a fit on the sideline. And maybe he pulls an Antonio Brown. So I think the AJ Brown thing is the biggest sabotage factor.
Well, I just think touchdown bets in general, especially for receivers, like AJ Brown could have 100+ receiving yard day and still not get in the end zone. Do you get what I'm saying? Especially when you have a team that's very good at the tush push. Like if they're on the 1 yard line, they're not throwing the ball. So I think that's the biggest sabotage factor, especially for an Eagles offense that has not been great at scoring touchdowns. So if there's not that many touchdowns in the game, like by probability, that pie is kind of small. So we'll see, but it's 81-1. And listen, the holidays are right around the corner. We need this, Santa. Just give us this parlay. All right, coming up next, our biggest takeaways from the Bills' loss and a defensive showdown against the Texans. It's next on Hour 3 of the Daily Tip.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.
All right. We're back here. We're talking about the Texans. We're talking about the Bills. We're talking about that defense for Houston and how great they had been. And Chelsea, you were telling me about how you feel like for the rest of the way, it feels like they're a team that you're going to be playing their unders.
I had a very long soliloquy that I was just monologuing to myself and did not realize that we were off the air. So I don't know how far deep into the rabbit hole that I've gotten, but like my too long didn't read analysis is basically that the Texans are a team that you should continue to look at unders for, one of the best under teams in the NFL, and a team that maybe you should buy into for the rest of the season, because I feel like we've seen this in previous years. I think there was a game against, who was it, like the Browns, or something where I was all in on the Browns. And I was like, the Browns, are the team that's on the rise. I think it was the year that Joe, I don't know. I probably need to double check this before I say it. But I still believe in CJ Stroud. And here's the thing. Even if CJ Stroud comes back from the injured list and you say, okay, sometimes it takes quarterbacks a while to get warmed up, to shake the rust off, this defense is so good that he doesn't have to do that much. Like, it's the same boat as like Bo Nix, where Bo Nix, all he has to do is drive the car and be a game manager. And I understand that has like, bad connotations to it most of the time that we're talking. But when your defense is this good and consistent, it puts you in a great spot.
And that's a nice spot to be in, right? Because I look at that roster and I think, what, that's a good roster. Now, I will say, Chelsea, I looked at their schedule the rest of the way. It's not easy. We talked in the past couple of days about some teams that have some easier schedules the second half of the year. If Houston gets to the postseason, it will have been earned, not given, right? They get the Colts next week. That's a big one on the 30th, right? Then you get the Chiefs. Both of those games are on the road. You get the Cardinals and Raiders, wins, pencil those in. And then you finish with the Chargers and the Colts. So you got to beat the Colts probably twice if you want to get in. Or you have to take at least one and then beat either the Chiefs or the Chargers. I don't think they have an avenue for 3 losses to still get into the postseason. You got to be minimum, it feels like 10-7 in the AFC. So it's going to be earned if they get there. The thing is, can they beat the Colts? Yes, it feels like they can. We've seen that the Colts struggle against great pass rushing defenses. The Steelers a couple weeks ago had Daniel Jones in a blender. You have a better pass rushing defense, it feels like, as a team right now than Pittsburgh does. So it's not out of the realm of possibility that you could really fluster Daniel Jones and fluster potentially Jonathan Taylor and make that offense rely on Daniel Jones, which would be obviously a problem. It's not out of the realm of possibility that you can beat the Chiefs. It feels like they are as beatable as ever, at least in recent years. So I feel like it's doable, but there's going to be a lot of really big games coming up here on the schedule for Houston, and there's going to be some pressure on CJ Stroud as soon as he comes back to hit the ground running, because as great as his defense is, Davis Mills can't get him to the playoffs with that schedule the rest of the way. He just can't. So it needs to be CJ Stroud, and we need to see the best version of CJ Stroud that we can get.
Well, I think it's just tough in the AFC because if you look at the teams that are like in the hunt right now and like for the wild card spots, not even divisional spots, like the Chiefs and the Ravens, like this is a year unlike any other. It feels like in that regard, where you're the Texans, you're like, okay, like maybe we can, overcome the Jags, but you look at the Chiefs and the Ravens, you're like, great. These are the worst teams in the AFC that we're competing for playoff spots against. It just feels like one of those like wonky years where I think a lot of us still can't believe the fact that the Chiefs could possibly miss the postseason. So I think a lot of us are, keeping the light on for them. It's just a weird year in the AFC.
Very, very weird. But I like it. I like the weird. I like the parody. I like going into the idea of either the AFC running through a Drake May-led New England or a Bo Nix-led Denver that you're going to have to go to Mile High and beat them. I like that. We've seen it go through Arrowhead too many times. I like the new blood at the top and getting to see if they can make that transition into being great quarterbacks in this league, because you're going to have to beat somebody good. So I like the parity.
Well, at some point, the torch has to be passed. It's not going to be the Chiefs reigning with terror forever. It's just hard to wrap your brain around that because the AFC Championship has been the Kansas City Invitational for quite some time. All right, we got to get to break. Up next, Pick 6, our favorite 6 plays across college and the NFL. It's next.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Work sponsored by BetMGM.
In a few minutes, we'll play Pick Six with our favorite plays across the board in college and the NFL. And Denton, normally I feel like you do all college, but I'm seeing a little sprinkling of the NFL because if I have this correct, I do feel like you feel the most confident in college football, correct?
My bankroll suggests the same thing. College football is the bread and butter. But, I'm team guy, team player. Do a little Salt Bay sprinkle of NFL in the Pick Six this week.
Well, I do think it's situational because, I'm the opposite where I like betting on the NFL more than college just because I feel like there are fewer teams to track and there are fewer variables to track where, the roster isn't just upended every single year and there's all these quarterbacks you have to track. But I am doing a college pick this week. And here's the great thing about, our Friday show is that there are more options. And the more options, the better chance you have to find something you like. Because sometimes you like a game and then you look at the number, you're like, well, I don't like that number. So we move on and we keep scrolling. So the more options you have, the better chance you have to win games. But I say that as I knock on wood because it's still very hard to beat the books.
I'm giving by the way, I got a huge card. I'm either, and when we get to our best bets for the end of the day, I'm either going to just completely get myself up and looking right, or I'm going to have the worst record in the history of the show for a week, especially for someone that only did 3 days.
Then I've done the show for almost 5 years. I can almost very confidently say that you will not have the worst record in the history of the Daily Tip because we've been doing this show for quite some time.
I meant just for a week.
Strategy.
Just for a week. There might be a lot of L's if I have a bad weekend.
Oh, I've been there. Every single scenario, I've been there. I feel like a wise old bettor that I'm like, oh, you want to talk about losing? Mama's been there. An 0-7 week, Mama's been there. So if that happens to be the case, which we hope is not the case, I will be there to hold your hand and we'll get right back up on the horse and we'll bet 7 more plays on Monday to make up for those.
All right. If you insist, I'll chase.
It's fine. I mean, it's just betting, whatever. As long as you're not betting your rent money on it, it'll be just fine. And some of those promos and some of those free bets, they're out there. Might as well take advantage of them. All right, so let's get to our favorite plays of the day that we are going to sink or swim with. It's time for Pick Six.
Pick Six.
All right, so I'm going to start in the college game, which is obviously a departure for me. I am normally somebody who bets on the NFL, but I think this is a good spot for Oklahoma. I'm going to take the Sooners laying 6.5 at home against Missouri. I think a lot of people see this as a letdown spot for Oklahoma coming off of that big win against Alabama. But I think the main matchup in this one is Oklahoma's run defense going against Ahmad Hardy, because this is the key playmaker for Missouri. Ahmad Hardy leads the nation in rushing yards, and he is absolutely dynamic. But I do think Oklahoma is certainly matched with talent to slow down Hardy in this one and make Missouri one-dimensional when it comes to their offense, because that's what we've seen all season long. Oklahoma, a top 10 run defense. And so I think Brent Venables is going to have a great game plan here. I'm not sure how much I trust Oklahoma's offense, but I do think this defense is going to put up an absolute masterclass. I think they're going to outmatch Missouri no matter who's playing at quarterback. And I do think Oklahoma still has something to prove. Look at how difficult their schedule is. And, they've gotten through it, and they're still in the driver's seat when it comes to the college football playoff. So I'm going to lay the points with Oklahoma here and bank on one of the best defenses in the country to get it done.
It should be a fun one. It's one of the only games that actually matters this weekend. One of the only games that has a ranked-on-ranked element, and it's not just the SEC taking advantage of layups. That one's going to be a noon kick in Norman.
Pick Six. Pick Six.
I'm staying in college. I'm taking Maryland plus 14 against Michigan. This is really more of a Michigan play than it is a Maryland play, because Michigan's offense is not all that explosive. And while Maryland is very bad this year at football, I do think the talent is there to at least keep this game close. And with Bryce Underwood, who's playing well, but he's not playing excellent, this Michigan team just struggles to score. They were laying 11 last week against Northwestern, couldn't get it done. So I don't have any rhyme or reason to think that they're going to turn around and lay 14 against Maryland. So I'm going to back the Terrapins in this one. Michigan's still going to win the game. They're still going to go into that matchup against Ohio State rivalry weekend looking and feeling pretty good about themselves. But I like Maryland to cover the 14 against Michigan and the freshman quarterback.
I do think there are some sleepy spots this weekend for teams that don't really have to prove anything. And some of these spreads that are north of 2 touchdowns. If you want to watch that one, it is a 4 Eastern kick in College Park.
Pick six.
All right, now we go to the NFL. I'm going to be taking the points with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Going to take the Steelers plus 2.5. Wish we got a 3 here, but I'll take the 2.5 against the Bears. Just because we've seen this storyline from the Bears is that they play in a ton of close games, even against teams that are not that great. Like, if you look at their wins, yes, they're impressive. Yes, the Bears are 7-3, but I do think eventually the pendulum's going to swing the other way. So the Bears have won 19-17, 24-20, 47-42, and then earlier in the season, there were back-to-back games that they won by the exact same score of 25-24. So we know the Bears play in close games. So even if they win this one, I'll take the points. And plus, I do think the Steelers have the capability of harassing Caleb Williams and making him make mistakes here. Because the Steelers rank top 5 in the league in sacks, for their defense. And I understand the defense has been a little inconsistent, but we did see flashes of what they can do last week, limiting the Bengals to only 12 points. So I like the Steelers. I think they're a live dog, but I will take the 2.5 against the Bears.
I'm going to be really interested to see how they try and stifle Caleb Williams, how they try and confuse Caleb Williams at the line of scrimmage, and then the way those defensive backs in Pittsburgh are playing right now. I really like this pick. If you want to watch it, 1 p.m. Eastern time, kick in Chicago.
Pick six.
I'm going out of my comfort zone with this one, Chelsea. I feel proud of myself already. I usually don't like laying double-digit lines in the NFL, but I'm going to do it. I'm laying the Lions minus 10.5 against the Giants. The worst positioning for the Giants to be in. The Detroit Lions felt like they were robbed on prime time against the Philadelphia Eagles in a game where they only scored 9 points, and you get to play them right after. This is going to be a beatdown. This is going to be a get-right game for Detroit. I expect a lot of offense against the Giants defense that, in their credit, they've been pretty good, but Detroit has so many weapons, and they need to get their confidence back after what took place against Philadelphia. They've now lost 2 of their last 3, Detroit has. So this is a really bad spot for the Giants to be in. They are getting, hopefully, Jackson Dart back. It sure seems like it's moving in that direction that their rookie quarterback is going to be able to play, but I question what his play style is going to be like after suffering the concussion against Chicago a couple weeks ago that caused him to miss a game. How is that going to play? How is he going to play? And how is he going to deal with a Detroit defense that's going to be breathing down his neck? So I don't love laying double-digit lines in the NFL, but in a week with multiple double-digit lines in the NFL, I'm going to pick the one I'm most comfortable in. I'm going to lay the 10 with the Detroit Lions.
Right, especially in a game with a total of 50. So, points are not supposed to be at a premium in this one. And here's the stat of the week that we can when it comes to betting. The Lions are a perfect 13-0 against the spread coming off a loss. So that is a pretty remarkable trend. And it goes to show that the Lions are out for blood when they're looking for revenge of those losses. If you do want to watch this game, the time for this one is 1 Eastern in Detroit.
Pick six.
All right, so I'm going to go to this next game, and I feel like it is a battle of narratives. So I'm going to take the Eagles laying 3 points on the road at the Cowboys, and it feels to me like a sell-high spot on a Cowboys offense that looked really good against the Raiders. But that Raiders defense is a very far cry from what we've seen from the Eagles defense this year. In fact, the Eagles defense is probably responsible for most of their wins this year. They've got playmakers all over the field. So I do think that they're going to negate some of what Dak Prescott does through the air there. And here's the thing about the Eagles offense. I understand it's not a fun offense to watch. And listen, even the guys on the team don't look like they are having fun. But this should be a nice break from some of the good defenses that the Eagles have faced. Going on the road to play the Packers. The Packers, a solid defensive unit. The Lions, still a tough defensive unit. Maybe not one of the best in the NFL, but I don't think I'm completely sold on the Cowboys at stopping really good teams, because the Cowboys have 0 wins against teams with winning records this year, I believe. They could have had one in that overtime game against the Packers, but they tied. So it's just a Cowboys team that I've believed in, and I have been burned. I said, Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb, George Pickens, this offense can go against even the best of defenses. And then the Cowboys swiftly got blown out by the Broncos 44-24. And it's not like the Broncos offense is something to write home about. So I'm on the Eagles in this one. I don't care if it's on the road, and I don't care if A.J. Brown continues to complain. The Eagles find ways to win, and I think they do that here.
I will say selfishly, it would make me very nice if A.J. Brown has nothing to complain about this weekend. I'm 1-10 in my fantasy league, Chelsea, and a large part of that is because they are not throwing A.J. Brown the ball. So I'd like them to throw him the football. I do like this play, though. It feels like Philadelphia is just a significantly more talented roster than Dallas is, and Dallas has very much been on a roller coaster, and just a general rule of thumb, which we've learned to this point in the NFL season. Just because a team plays really well against the Raiders doesn't mean that team's very good. It just means that the Raiders are very much not good. You can catch that game 4:25. It'll be live from Jerry World.
Pick six.
Final play for me, we're going back to the world of college football. I'm taking Cincinnati plus 2.5 against the 11th ranked BYU. This one's going to be a later game, and the Big 12 after dark is very much a thing. We lost the Pac-12 after dark, and in comes the Big 12 after dark. BYU has been whatever the opposite of a darling is to the books. Redheaded stepchild, you might call it. That's kind of been what BYU is, with the way that Vegas has played them over the last 2 years. They don't like BYU, but Vegas is oftentimes right with these sorts of things. So it's not more so a play on Cincinnati than it is the book is giving us a reason that they think that BYU is not going to be as maybe dynamic against the Cincinnati offense that you would look at in paper and see BYU should be killing them. So I'm going to take Cincinnati to keep it close, and I think Cincinnati keeping it close is going to make it a little bit more interesting in the Big 12 landscape. We know that Texas Tech is just about a guarantee to play into the Big 12 championship game. If Cincinnati beats BYU, that does open up the door, the avenue potentially for Utah to get in there rather than a rematch of BYU and Texas Tech, which is selfishly what I'm rooting for. But this is system play. I'm taking Cincinnati, the unranked short home dog, plus 2.5 against ranked BYU.
Yeah, that line does not make sense to me. Sometimes we see this in college football where the fishy lines, like you see the games play out and you're like, oh, maybe the odds makers do know what they're talking about, but I don't know. It feels to me like BYU is very similar to Utah, and Utah blew out Cincinnati and Cincinnati could not score. So I don't know about that one, but we'll see. Like, I don't know about a lot of my plays. I do want to correct myself if I said something, because this is going to live rent-free in my brain if I said this incorrectly. So hopefully I said that the Broncos offense is nothing to write home about, not the defense. The defense is certainly something to write a very long letter to all of your friends that you know, because the defense has been incredible. But it's wild to me how at some point in the season, our opinion probably needs to shift about some of these teams that we continue to leave the light on for, like the Eagles, like the Chiefs, and even to an extent the Bills. Like, think about a parlay fading the Bills, the Chiefs, and the Eagles this weekend. That's probably a pretty big plus money play, and it's within the realm of possibility.
Which is crazy in November, because you think you trust those teams the most in the month of November. And I like the way that you put that, where it's time to just kind of come to reality a little bit with some of these teams. Kansas City is the prime example. If they lose, I mean, they're not guaranteed in the postseason. Everybody else in the AFC is such a good team. Like right now, they're still the fourth favorite on BetMGM to win the Super Bowl. They're on the outside looking in the playoff picture at the moment. So this is a really big weekend for those sorts of teams. We saw what Buffalo did last night, but for Kansas City against Indianapolis, it's also a great opportunity for Indianapolis to be like, hey, we are real, by the way, guys. I know everyone is saying that we're not, but we are very much real. We just beat the Chiefs. That's going to be a big one.
I feel like there's still detractors of the Broncos, despite like the Broncos having some really good wins and their defense is really good. And listen, I just said their offense was not good, and I still stand by that. But sometimes the defense is enough, and it's just one of those wild years in the NFL where maybe you just don't have to be dominant this year. Maybe it's just going to be the team that gets hottest down the stretch, and maybe it's going to be one of those passing of the torch years, which, it's the ultimate parity league. Maybe it's going to be, somebody different when it comes to the AFC. All right, coming up next, our best bets of the entire slate come your way. Props, sides, totals, you name it. It's after the break here on the Daily Tip.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Friday, as we'll hand out our favorite plays of the entire weekend here on the Daily Tip in a few minutes. I'm Chelsea Messenger, Denton Day, and for Jenks. So, Denton, I've heard about this massive card. Does it make you a little nervous when you play like a big card with a bunch of bets? I feel like this is part of the reason why I don't play a huge card, because I don't like that feeling looming over me at the possibility of like having an 0-6 night. Like, I just can't handle it. I am a conservative girl where I'm like, we'll just have our 2 bets and call it a night. I don't know. It's funny that like I'm in the gambling space and I feel like I do not have the mindset of a lot of these people who like are a gambler through and through.
It does not make me nervous. I will routinely have massive cards on college football weekends. This is now just the first time that I am bringing the massive card to the public. So I get to ride it together. You know, sometimes you need to feel something. And there's nothing that'll make you feel something legally like a 5-bet card.
Legally. Well, I think that's why a lot of people like betting. And honestly, not to switch this to another conversation, I think this is why former athletes kind of like betting, right? Because it's like the
Maybe
only thing that
too.
mimics. Well, that's true. I wasn't going to say that, but you're right. But it's the only thing that like mimics the momentum of being in a game, right? Like, isn't that the sales pitch of betting, is that you feel like you have skin in the game as opposed to being just a spectator? And I understand like we don't have any control over the game, but like you do feel involved. And I think for like former athletes, like think of going from playing in a sold out stadium with like in college, like 100,000 people to like, what do you even do after that? Like if you don't work in athletics, like there's nothing that can compare to the high of that. Like it just feels like it is a tough drop off.
No, you go from 100,000 people to cold calling asking if they want to buy insurance. And you're like, well, yeah, I don't know about that. So you need a little bit of a pick-me-up on the weekend. So I totally get that. You know, retiring from a sport in any level is going to be difficult, but especially when you have that weekly rush of hundreds of thousands of people either booing you, some people get off on that, or cheering you, which much more people get off on that one. So I understand the thought process there. They just need to, slow it down a little bit. My card, you're looking at $20 worth of bets there. Like I'm not putting the mortgage on it. I don't have a mortgage, but if I did have one, I wouldn't be putting the mortgage on it. Like we take it very conservatively with the size of the money that we're putting on the bets, but I'm just chasing glory.
Chasing glory, aren't we all? I wonder if Phil Mickelson's still playing those massive cards. Remember when that story came out and it was like, he's betting 42 bets a day. It's like, oh my God, I thought I was the only person who was betting on like Cubs Rockies in August, but Phil Mickelson.
Phil Mickelson. He was joining me. I bet on badminton once. Phil Mickelson was probably on that game too. He was moving the line. He was adjusting the line for me. I lost that bet, by the way.
Phil, what's he doing? I have no idea what he's doing, honestly. I think he's still on the Live Tour. I'm not really sure. It's not like officially golf season. Like we still watch the Golf Channel at our house, but it's mostly like amateur events. Yes, my husband loves golf. Like it's wild to me because you would think that as a female who loves sports and works in sports that it would be a husband's dream that I'm like, here, let's watch football. No, he wants to watch golf and he wants to watch YouTube golf. I'm like, come on, man. Like there's football games on, there's college hoops on, and we're watching like these, like the Bryan brothers and Paige Spiranak go head to head, which I guess they're more entertaining, but like I can't get into it.
I did see Paige Spiranak once at the Super Bowl. It was very obvious because there were a lot of men following her. I was like, all right, at a certain point, that's weird, guys. Like you just need to let her live a little bit.
Men letting attractive women live, that's not something they do. But I will say, I've seen her in a golf tournament, and she is very striking in person. So she lives up to the hype, I think. And also, she's a good golfer. So I think she has found her space as a YouTube golfer. All right, let's get to our favorite plays of the day and who we have the most faith in.
Time to place your bets.
All right, Denton, I'm going to let you get started since you're the guest host, and you have a full card here. So what's your favorite bet of all 5 of these?
So the favorite one is going to be one that I have not given yet this show. I'm going to go against my better judgment, and I'm going to take Georgia Tech to lay 2.5. So they're a short home favorite against Pittsburgh, and I'm taking an opposite approach elsewhere on the card with the Cincinnati BYU matchup that we'll get to shortly. But I'm a believer in Georgia Tech because I've seen them in this position before, and I've seen them excel in this position before. It was earlier in the year where they were underdogs to Duke when Duke was unranked, and they came in and they smacked the Blue Devils around. They're coming off of a game against Boston College where they were very upset with the way that they played, which means this is a get-right game. Now, Pittsburgh's a good team. They're a better team than what Boston College is, certainly. But you now have to understand, for Georgia Tech, eye on the prize. You are right now the ACC's best chance to get into the college football playoff and then potentially steal a football game, because UVA, if they get in, is not. Miami needs a boatload of help to get in. So I'm going to take Georgia Tech, laying 2.5, playing inspired, and beating up on Pittsburgh.
Ooh, I like that one a lot. That was another one of those lines that did not make sense to me, that it was so short. But I do like Georgia Tech in a prove-it game. All right, I'm going to go with college football as well for my best bet, and I'm going to go with Oklahoma laying 6.5 at home against Missouri. I just feel like this is a tough matchup for Missouri, which does one thing very, very well. Ahmad Hardy leads the nation in rushing yards, but guess who's incredibly good at stopping the run? That would be Oklahoma, ranking 6th overall in rush yards surrendered to opposing defenses. We know Brent Venables is going to come out with a great game plan in this one. He is a defensive mind. And anybody who's saying this is a letdown spot for Oklahoma after beating Alabama, there are 2 games left in the regular season, and the college football playoff is within grasp for Oklahoma. Do you think they're going to lose motivation now? No. You looked at this schedule at the start of the season and you would have said, wow, this is one of the toughest schedules of any team in the entire country. So Oklahoma is sitting pretty. I don't think they're going to lose motivation now. The offense is sometimes a little hit or miss, but I do think John Mateer is going to get better as he continues to return from that injury. So I believe in Oklahoma at home here. No matter who the quarterback is playing for Missouri, I don't trust their offense against this Oklahoma defense. So that is my best bet. Den, what are your other bets that you have on the card?
So that's the squad play. I'm going to back Oklahoma as well for a lot of the reasons that you just mentioned. I also wanted to make sure I got a little bit of something in that noon ranked matchup, because we only get 2 ranked on ranked matchups, and I do not feel anywhere near as confident in the USC-Oregon matchup as I do with Oklahoma laying that 6.5 against Missouri. So squad play, I'm on that one as well.
All right. Next up for me, this is a little same game parlay action. Going to go Patriots money line plus Travion Henderson to score a touchdown. This is plus money at plus 108. Travion Henderson, an absolute threat to get in the end zone, as we've seen. Even if Ramondre Stevenson comes back, Travion Henderson should be RB number 1. And plus, a bad matchup here for the Bengals, as the Bengals have given up the most rushing touchdowns to opposing running backs. And even if Joe Burrow comes back, like, the defense still isn't good. The Patriots are still the better overall team. So Patriots money line, Travion Henderson touchdown plus 108. All right, let's run down the rest of these, Den. What else you got?
Yeah, I got a few more on here. I got 5 in total on this card. So like I said, we are loading this bad boy up. I'm going to take Maryland plus 14 against Michigan. This is more so about Michigan than it is against Maryland. Now, I do think Maryland is much better and much more talented than their record suggests. They've had a bad year. They're bringing back Loxley next year. That decision has garnered a little bit of question marks locally here around the area, but this isn't the time for that. I just look at this Michigan team and I think, wow, they're good. They're playing good football. They still can't score a lot, though. I thought they would have run the table against Northwestern and just completely blown them out of the water, and they were unable to do so. Bryce Underwood's a good quarterback, but he's still a young quarterback. I expect a lot of pressure to be on him on Saturday, and I think Maryland will have the ability to keep it close, at least within 2 touchdowns. So I like Maryland plus 14 against Michigan. I like Cincinnati plus 2.5 against BYU. This is the opposite of that Georgia Tech lay-in 2.5 against Pittsburgh. Cincinnati, unranked, but is a really short dog at home against a ranked BYU team that is right now on the outside looking in. of the college football playoff. They have every single incentive to go in there and to absolutely shred Cincinnati, yet the books seem to be giving Cincinnati a chance. That's weird to me. Sometimes to beat the books, Chelsea, you got to follow the books. So I'm going to follow the books with this one and say, hey, I don't know that this is the game that the BYU faithful are going to be thinking that it is. So I like Cincinnati plus 2.5. And then my final bet in the NFL, I'm laying that 10 with the Lions. I'm doubling down. I'm all in on it. I'm laying the 10 with the Lions. They're going up against a Giants team that is now without a head coach. They are getting Jackson Dart back, but what is he going to look like after getting his first real serious injury in the NFL? It's not the serious injury in the way that it made him miss a year, but it's a serious injury in that it should evaluate his play style and maybe play a little less reckless. So many times we see rookie quarterbacks come in and they're going to do exactly what they did in college. They're going to run and they're going to think that they're faster than the dudes on defense, and that is not how that works usually in the NFL. So I like the Lions to lay 10 here. It's going to be a high-scoring affair, and I think there is not a lot of teams that can match it with the Lions. Plus, they're coming off of an embarrassing loss to Philadelphia. Get right game, they're going to beat up on the Giants.
Yeah, should I say the stat of the week one more time? The Lions 13-0 against the spread when coming off a loss. That's a pretty good one.
Like those odds.
Pretty good metric for the Lions. And we know that they're fully capable of scoring like 45 points. So those are the teams that I feel more comfortable with laying double-digit spreads because, they can score a ton of points. But if you're talking about Jackson Dart being less reckless, hopefully he's not hanging out with Cam Scattaboo. Because I just feel like Cam Scattaboo's never going to learn, to be less reckless. I just feel like that is the DNA of his personality, is to look for contact and be a bruising back. And that's why we love him, right? Maybe it shortens his career, but he's going to go out like a firework.
Cam Scattaboo, Dom Mysterio, WrestleMania 42. Mark it.
Ooh, I don't know who Don Mysterio is, but if Cam Scattaboo is there, I'll be there. All right, that's going to do it for us here on a Friday on the Daily Tip. Thanks for tuning in. Have a great weekend. Best of luck on all of your bets. We will see you bright and early Monday morning, 6 a.m. in the East. Have a great day.
You've been listening to The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Williams and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said,
This is Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Hopefully the technical issues out of the way. We are here on a Friday Feels Friday. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich, thank you for hanging out with us. We'll get to Friday Feels, our favorite college football plays. We'll break down this NFL card, which was off to a roaring start last night. Kelly in Vegas will join us per usual on this Friday. Looking forward to that conversation because I'm guessing some will include a witch because she was out there on social media spreading the word that we are believers. Well, we'll talk more about that coming up. Sam, how you feeling?
I feel fine. I was really excited at 8:59. At 9:07, I'm not as excited. Is that fair to say out loud? I don't know.
Yeah, you're waiting for the start of the show, and then when you're staring at a screen for 10 minutes, you kind of lose that enthusiasm. But let's find it. Let's bring it back. The people don't care about that. Last night was a good one. Sometimes we don't get the best matchups on Thursday night. This year, a handful of upsets. I wouldn't say this was a shocking one. We talked plenty about this idea about the Texans being live. You played them. So that was a nice winner for you. And then mine was easy too, right? I was on the under. My Chubb prop did not hit. I thought it was going to hit in the first half. Like he's out there getting run. I'm like, okay, we're good to go. And then I don't think he had a yard in the second half of the game. And then we have 36 points scored in the first half. I'm like, oh, this under's dead. Nope. Nobody got into the end zone in the second half. Only 6 points scored. The under ends up hitting somehow, some way. Texans win 23-19. The under cashes. But the big thing is the swing that we get. Patriots to win the East. And the swing that we get, Texans not completely dead in the division, very much alive for the playoff race in the AFC.
We discussed this a couple weeks ago, too. Their defense is just too good to be counted out. And you start to see the hot takes yesterday. Oh, Davis Mills is better than C.J. Stroud. And that's not the type of show that we do. We just react to the potential of said teams, or maybe the lack thereof, because we are trying to find ways to make people money. And I believe it was 10 days ago the Houston Texans were 4-1 to make the playoffs. And here's what's going to happen now. All day today, you're going to hear about, if Houston plays like this, they're going to get in. And the whole point of having a betting show is not to be reactionary, it's to be exploratory. Mm-hmm. And this defense, at its best,
is a top, I was going to say top 10, but maybe it's top 5. They hit Josh Allen all night. They sacked him 8 times. He was off target. He was off time. On the final play, Buffalo offense, you got a wide open receiver, but he's so pressured and so rushed that he throws the interception. That is a main defense. And I don't know that that team is good enough to make a run, but they're certainly good enough to get into the playoffs, and certainly good enough, as they proved last night, to beat a team that's good enough to win the Super Bowl. And maybe Buffalo isn't a Super Bowl team. Maybe I was wrong all along. But if you think about it, I saw this tweet last night, and I had to retweet it this morning when more people were getting up, getting on their way to work. The Bills have been such a strange team, man. They have beaten, I have it right here, they've beaten Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, and Baker Mayfield. But they've lost to Tua, Penix, and Davis Mills. How do you explain that?
Isn't it always up to the Bills? And doesn't that tweet kind of highlight that? It's up to the Bills. If the good Bills show up, they'll beat anybody. If the stupid Bills that are turning the ball over again and again show up, they can lose to anybody. That's the variance that you get with the Bills. And maybe people would say that's something you want out of a Super Bowl team, a Super Bowl bet. Yeah, you could certainly make that case because they're as good as anybody and they're as bad as anybody. When you get smoked by the Dolphins in the manner that they did a couple of weeks ago, that proves my point right there. Yeah, no, they didn't win because of Davis Mills. Like, I get it. He's the quarterback and he's on a winning streak with him under center. As a team, they're playing their best ball. That was all about the defense last night. You mentioned top 5, top 10. I'd push it further. I'd say top 3. They're in that conversation with the Broncos. That's how good and dominant they are. Last night, 12 quarterback hits, 8 sacks, the most that Josh Allen has ever taken in his career, 11 TFLs, 2 interceptions, a forced fumble, and a fumble recovery. Kalen Bullock himself had 3 turnovers. That was the turnover margin in the game, +3. It's hard to lose when you're at home and that place is amped up and you're +3 in the turnover margin. I don't care which quarterback is on the other side. For this week, that idea of, maybe Josh Allen is alive in the MVP race, not so much. Not so much. Will Anderson, a beast. Danielle Hunter, same deal. Like their stat lines were almost identical. One had 2.5, one had 2 sacks, and just living in the backfield. That was very impressive. So on Tuesday, when we do a lot of futures, we had talked about the Texans to make the playoffs at +310. This morning, they're +160. We also talked about this idea of, wait, are we sure that they're dead in the division? They get the Colts a couple of times. If they can just win on Thursday, they're very much live. They were 16-1. This morning, they're 10-1 for the division. That's the best price that you can find. You're right, Sam. That's not a team I want to run into right now. Like, we're in an era in this league where the defense seems to mean when you show up like that, when you have that home crowd behind you, it seems to mean just as much, especially if you're turning the ball over on the other side. Allen was rough. The red zone offense was rough, but they did have a chance to win the game in the very end since they decided to go for the field goal in their previous possession. They're in the red zone with an opportunity. There were things that were going the Bills' way. Let's not act like it was all negative. There were some positive things. They had a special teams touchdown. They're there in the red zone with a chance to win. They convert on 4th and 27. 4th and 27. I'm like, oh my God, they're going to come back and win this game. And then we know what ends up happening in the end. They lose another game without Kincaid. That guy is vital to that offense. But yeah, I mean, what are you thinking? What is your first thought when it comes to the Bills? Is it, okay, the division's over, they're barely going to get in? Like, where are you at?
My thought is more big picture. I have no idea who's winning the Super Bowl. None.
That's where we started the week, guys. Who's great? Everyone's flawed. The list is long of teams that could win the Lombardi Trophy. More on that coming up. Friday Feels is next. Joe O, Sammy P, you've got Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. We've all got that Friday feeling.
Good morning, Vietnam!
It's all about the vibes on this Football Friday.
Hey, this is not a test. This is rock and roll.
It's our Friday feels on Bet Sweats.
Clear eyes, full hearts.
Let's go!
Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich. For a few minutes, Friday Feels was like, oh, do we have a show today? I don't know if we're going to be able to work through these technical issues, but we are here. Mine goes back to yesterday a little bit. We'll let Sam cool off. Mine goes back to yesterday a little bit. It's like Gracie kind of put me in a good mood. My wife was very surprised because she followed up. She's like, why did you need the birth time? Oh, you want to know about the birth time? Let's talk feet. Let's talk groups of women. My son thought it was hilarious because I told him that we're going to go travel the world with groups of women. That's what I was told by a witch today over at work. So he was in a good mood the rest of the day. I'm in a good mood. Maybe you are, because I saw that you had a delivery yesterday. Did that at least put you in a good mood, Sam? There we go.
I brought it with. I'm in a strange mood today. So I got this. This thing looks like Matt Khalil, by the way, doesn't it? It's very big.
Oh,
yeah. So then you can turn it on and oh man, I'm gonna be out there all day tomorrow just crushing leaves, dude.
I'm imagining George on the charcoal grill, you in the background getting the leaves. Let's get that video rolling.
Oh, this is gonna be so good. So it's obviously a blower and then a mulcher. So if I take this bottom compartment off, the bag is over there. The bag's over there. Don't worry, I have everything. But this is just the blower mode right now. And then there are a couple speeds, so I can go. So that's the first speed, and then this is Joe O speed when he hits the kids in the neighborhood.
Oh, they got no chance. They got no chance.
Oh man. So I've never been more excited to come home and get an appliance or a tool like in my life.
If you're in the right mood tomorrow when you're doing that, I have a feeling you might go over to the neighbors if you get along. Like, oh no, I got this. This is quite enjoyable. I could see that. I love turning those things because I got a blower like that too. Just cleaning out the garage, all the crap that ends up. Get out. And then you see just like a pile of garbage right outside the garage. So that's good. Hey, we got Thanksgiving coming up. So if you are in a regular routine, you are working next week. I see that it's a mix. At least that's what I've seen. Like I know, at least for me, the kids are off of school. I don't know if that's the case everywhere because I used to have to go to school. It felt like at least a little bit on Thanksgiving week. And some people are out for the week. Some people are not, depending on your job. We are going to be out. So if you are working and you're at the desk and you check out the show on Monday, be like, what the hell's going on? I hope they're going to be here in the last month. We do plan to be here in the last month. And by the way, we've got just under a month to go. We do plan on being here, but we are all off next week. That was a planned week off by all of us. And with the stress levels, we're happy to step away, especially this morning, right?
I feel good. I'll do the show Sunday, and then I'll be in Chicago, actually. So I get off a plane on Sunday at 7 o'clock local time. And I still haven't figured out like what I'm doing that day. People ask me, well, where are you staying? I don't know. What are you doing? I don't
know.
I mean, I have options. I haven't gotten that far. Like during the week, I don't have time to think about the weekend for the most part. But you know me, I like to just kind of wing it. I know that I have to do two things on Sunday. I have to be at the Score to do You Better You Bet's Countdown to Kickoff, which will then end at 12 o'clock. And I know I have to see my buddy Dan, whose birthday was a couple days ago. Big Dan, Punt Man Dan. Boom! Boom Dan. So he wants to get together. I asked him, where are we going? He said, I don't know yet. So I just kind of rolling with the punches. So I'll get off the plane with a suitcase for 7 days and lug that to probably the tailgate for a couple hours and then head over to the Score.
Okay.
And then go somewhere to watch Rodgers beat the Bears, because we all know that's going to happen, despite what Brian Gertz is trying to do to me. And then we have to do a Bear Bets on Monday, I believe, for an hour or so. And then that's it. I don't have to do anything Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday for work, and then fly back Saturday. So it is pretty exciting to see that, because you and I work extremely hard across multiple shows and platforms. And for me, it's multiple cities. This is going to be a nice breath of fresh air next week. And I'm glad that we can take it off together.
For sure. It's my favorite holiday. When you think about everything that goes into Thanksgiving, and then it's before the bustle, the hustle, the stress of Christmas. Food-wise, best holiday. Sports-wise, yeah. I mean, you've got football all day. You got 3 NFL games, and now we've got a 4th NFL game on Black Friday the following day. I think there are 13 college football games on the day after Thanksgiving. There's one on Thanksgiving night too. It's like football nonstop, food, drinking, friends, family. Like, it touches everything, and then you don't have to worry about the presents. Is this person happy? What about this and that? And you don't have to worry about it. And the weather's not as bad as if you're in a cold city like we are, as it will be in another month from now. So, like, overall, when you throw it all, like, you could argue 4th of July with the grilling and all that and the weather, but you don't have the football. The food's good. I wouldn't say great. I have this as my favorite holiday. How about you?
It's right there. No doubt. Haven't quite thought about it. I've always been a big 4th of July person myself.
Mm-hmm. It's up there.
Thanksgiving's great, though. But I also, at the same time, am a big Christmas music person. Not until after Thanksgiving. I'm not playing it in July. I don't do it after Halloween. I wait until December 1st for the most part. But I could get behind putting it on the day after Thanksgiving. That's fine. If you play it before, it's just too much, I think. But the food aspect, it's the best food holiday, and it's not close. And I did see a video yesterday I put on my Twitter feed. The guy Kuso from the Kuso Meats and Rubs and all that, he injected this turkey that he smoked with 2 sticks of butter and then Cajun butter. And he smoked it for what looked like, 14, 15, 16 hours. I want that so bad. This bird, he cuts into it. He cuts into the leg, and it just shoots out butter and turkey juice. You should watch it during the break, and we can come back and reassess our thoughts on juicing the turkey. Because some people would say, turkey's overrated. Not if you do it right. And I have smoked a turkey before. I did it at 225 degrees at 30 minutes per pound, and it was a 16-pound bird. So it was like an 8-hour smoke. And then you let it rest for 30 so the juices distribute properly. And when you get that knife into that bird after it's been sitting on that smoker for 8 hours, that's the only regret I have about this Thanksgiving, because I know we're not going to smoke a turkey back in Chicago because there's a smoker there that I know of.
Yeah.
But I've done it here. It changes the game. And I've been to a couple Thanksgivings in my life, including one in Vegas, where the turkey was ruined. And I was watching the turkey get ruined in real time and told a couple of my buddies that turkey's not going to be good. Because the person that was doing the turkey kept taking it out of the hot oven and basting it, which is not when you don't remove it from the oven multiple times. And when you hit it with the hot base, all of the juices come out of the middle of the bird. That's not what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to just sit it and forget it. But people think that they can just baste the turkey after taking it out of the oven, and it ruins everything. That's why people have dry turkey, because they remove it from the heat and then hit it with hot oil, which quite literally removes all the juice from the center of the bird. And then you get crispy, juicy skin, but the bird is dry. Leave it in the oven. Leave it in the smoker. Don't touch it.
Yeah. What kind of smoker do you have? Because I finally have the time. I've been thinking a lot about it lately. Like, you know what? I have the time this upcoming week. I think I'm finally going to get a smoker and just start going to work there. What do you have?
Traeger pellet smoker.
You do have a Traeger. Okay. That's the
it's
most
sort of a
popular one.
cheat code. It is
what?
it is.
I see people that are like all into food, that are foodies, and they get mad at people that use. Oh, well, that's if you plug it in, you're somehow cheating. Like, whatever. What's going to get me the best food? That's what I want. And if you enjoy it, who the hell cares?
I personally don't care, but there are people that will say, "Oh, you got to use charcoal." No, I don't.
Yeah.
No, I don't. I don't like my meat to taste like lighter fluid, personally.
Yeah. And you don't need a spray bottle out there to keep things under control.
The smoker is a nice investment, especially if you use it. And you'll find yourself, once you get it and you use it the first few times, it's like a gym membership. It's easy to get the membership. It's difficult to go for a lot of people. But once you get through that first couple months, first 2-3 months, and you go to the gym and you're feeling good and your clothes are fitting, you keep going. If you use the smoker and get used to it and start doing chicken and beef and pork, and you can do whatever you want. You could smoke baked beans and mac and cheese, whatever you want. Start using it a few times. It's worth it. It's about a nickel, $600.
Yeah.
But you can get the rebates after the holiday. If you buy it after Christmas, I'm sure it's cheaper because nobody's buying a smoker after Christmas. After Christmas, right? People buy it before Christmas, but then if you buy it after Christmas, if you're not in a rush, you can get a nice one, probably a couple $100 off.
What food item have you perfected on your smoker?
Chicken thighs. Chicken thighs, I think, are my favorite on the smoker, but the pulled pork has been the thing I've done the most. So,
yeah,
sort of a double-edged
probably
answer.
The easiest one, right? That's what everybody says.
Brisket's the most difficult because the brisket will stall. You just have to have the thermometer in there. But the pulled pork is so great. I throw it on at 11 o'clock at night, pull it at 3 o'clock, let it rest for a few hours, and then by 5:36, it's ready to go. The pork is awesome. And then the best part about the pork when you let it rest is you put those gloves on. And like if you do this
taking
with
it
Jack,
apart. Yes.
Put a glove on Jack. You have a glove, and both of you just shove your hands into the pork and it falls apart. The kids, I did it with my dad, a little inverse. I did it with my dad, who's obviously near his 80th birthday. And watching my dad put a glove on and jam his hand into the pork and it all just falls apart. He's like, oh. I imagine if you did that with Jack, Jack would love that.
Oh, yeah. He'd be in. I have done pulled pork, but that was on a charcoal smoker that I had. That thing was a pain in the ass. That's why I'm asking you. Like, I ended up selling it. I got rid of it. I'm like, this is just a royal pain in my ass every time. I enjoy the food when it's done, but it's so much work. That's the other reason to quote cheat, which I'm completely fine with if you're happy with what you've got. All right.
Pellet smoker, electric, that's the way to go.
Yep. Totally hear you. Did you get a lot of reaction on yesterday? I did.
About Gracie?
Yes.
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 Mostly about you, though. People couldn't believe that she called the foot thing. Well, but then when you asked her, are you saying feet finder? And she started laughing. And then she said, no, you need to take care of your feet. They're very important to your spiritual connection. And then you admitted you've been putting surgery for almost a year. So it was very funny.
It was a conversation we had last night in the kitchen. It's like, well, you missed your chance. I'm like, no, we're still insured for a month. I guess I should do this thing. And then yesterday then I start getting stressed out thinking about, oh, I don't want to walk around here with a stupid ass boot on my foot for 2 to 3 months, which might be a thing. But so
why not? What are you going to do in January and February anyway?
I know. No, this is the time to do it. So maybe that ends up happening. Maybe I'm making a snowman with a boot on.
And then when Paul found out live on the show that he was either going to change his career into storm chaser or UFO chaser. That was a low-key, very strong highlight of the show yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe she just meant I'm going to cause a storm. You never know. You know, it could be anything.
Maybe you are the storm. Maybe
I am the storm. There we go. Also, she sent me a full breakdown, Joe, of our charts. It's 27 pages long. So I just sent it to you and Jake. Yeah.
Yeah.
I started reading it this morning.
Yeah. No way. No way. We need content coming up. Low key, Jake's going to be rich. That kind of flew under the radar. All right, Joe O, Sammy P. College football plays next. Right here on Bet Swiss.
Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Hanging out with you on this Friday, top of the hour. We're going to start to break down this NFL Week 12 card. Man, there's some line movement, Sam. I can't wait to talk about it. The team that you are in closest proximity to, woo, there's some big movement against them. I guess Burrow's playing 2 full practices. The line goes from 8.5 earlier this week, and now we're sitting inside of a touchdown. And one day it goes up. We're going to go from 7.5 down to 6.5. I mean, the line is screaming that Burrow's going to be out there. Right? I mean, there's no other way to look at it, right?
I wouldn't play Cincy at 5.5. Multiple books right now down to 5.5, which you still have to factor in Jamar Chase isn't playing. And the Bengals have one of the worst defensive DVOAs of all time. Not this season, all time. Mm-hmm. And people will see Burrow at practice and Dan Orlovsky saying, oh, Burrow's going to play. He wouldn't be at practice if he wasn't going to play. So you see the ticker on whatever channel you're watching, and it's Joe Burrow, full participant. Bengals, bet. Don't know that I'm going to get there. Here's the thing I was going to ask Gerch, actually. Gerch, please hop on my chair. No, seriously. Fantasy. I have Burrow. I think a lot of people are going to have this predicament. I know that nobody cares about anybody's fantasy team. But for somebody, Gerch, on the fence with Burrow, I need to win. I basically need to win out to make the playoffs. And Burrow's been on my bench for 6 weeks or whatever, maybe longer. I've got Jared Goff against the Giants and Joe Burrow against the Patriots. Gerch, do I have a debate here or should I just stick with Goff?
This is funny. I have this exact scenario in my team because I've been starting Goff every week. And I was able to pick up Burrow off of waivers like right after his practice window opened up. But it's a little different for me because I also have Amon-Ra St. Brown, so I'm going to stick with the Detroit QB wide receiver stack. And I also kind of want to give Burrow at least one game, see what's going on, see how he's playing before I insert him right into my lineup. So I would stick with Goff at least one more week. And maybe Burrow on Thanksgiving against the Ravens could be a good time to start him. But I definitely picked up Burrow because, like, why not? You know, especially when he was on waivers. And I also have T. Higgins on that same team. So I'm all about the QB wide receiver stack whenever I can get it. So picking up Burrow and stashing Burrow was definitely a good move. But I'd be a little hesitant to roll him out there if he even plays this week. Has that been confirmed?
Nope, not yet.
No.
But it's just us. We're going to find out today, I think, unless they go questionable route. Doesn't either game, I would actually think Cincinnati game more so. I was going to say, doesn't either game have the potential for an 80 to 100 points scored?
Yes. I mean, you look at the totals. Cincy total is 51.5. Lions total is 50. And the line insinuates that Detroit is going to do most of the scoring. So that's, if you look at the total and the spread, they're basically saying Detroit 30, New York 20, with a 10-point spread and a total of 50. And then in New England, Cincinnati, they're saying, what, 29-23 New England to get to 52 as a 6-point favorite? Yeah. Well, Patriots to win, of course. Do you have any interest in taking Cincy +6?
No. I don't think so. They just can't stop anybody. I'd have more interest in playing that total than this side.
Which has already been bet up from 49.5 to 51.5, 52.
We've missed the move. Yeah, it hasn't stopped. Now, last night it was 51. Now we're at 51.5. Is it going to keep going if he's announced in? Like, how high are we talking? They can't stop anybody. Are they stopping Henderson? Are they stopping that passing offense? No, they have no chance. And Hendrickson's already been declared out for this one. You're terrible to begin with. Now you have no pass rush either. It's going to be brutal. It's going to be shootout.
The
also,
one
the
thing
Detroit offense
about
is way better in Detroit at home, as we all know, on that turf in the dome.
They're going to run all day.
I'll play Goff, but that's the problem. Like, are they going to just run and then be up 4 touchdowns? Where Burrow's going to probably be down in the game. Well, we got some time to figure it out.
Yep.
Let's just also remember this about the Patriots. After beating Josh Allen on Sunday night, which was impressive, they faced Rattler, Cam Ward, Dylan Gabriel, Michael Penix, a concussed Baker Mayfield with no weapons, and in the Jets game, that was Fields.
Mm-hmm.
Burrow can do a lot more than any of those guys. So I might be warming to the idea of playing Burrow because I don't like the Bengals to win, but I like the Bengals to move the ball because we keep talking about this Patriots team and their pursuit of the number 1 seed and how great their defense has been. Again, here are the quarterbacks after Josh Allen. It's a whole lot of steaming crap. Rattler, Cam Ward, Dylan Gabriel, Michael Penix, Mayfield with no weapon, and Justin Fields. How good is that defense, really? Tell me more.
And who has the worst rush defense in the league? Giants. What are the Lions going to do at home? They're going to run it all day. Campbell's already talking about Montgomery's got to get more touches. So I think you're right. I think Burrow, if you trust his health, that he would be the play because you still got Higgins. You still have other weapons on that offense. We'll get to that coming up. College football, these games this weekend. How was it talking to Dan Lanning, by the way?
He was awesome. Just awesome. And I hope that they win. Also hope that they cover because we want to have Lanning on again. Lanning would be the first coach that we've had on Bear Bets this year that does not win if they don't win. So Bear said this morning in the group thread, I really hope Oregon wins because I want that relationship to stay positive. Because if Lanning's the first one to break the curse or the streak, whatever, it's bad juju. But we do like Oregon in the game. Dan is he's just an awesome guy and he's an honest person. He kind of tells it the way it is. And we also had fun with Jeff because Jeff's wearing this 4X Oregon hockey sweater and the Ducks hat. And Lanning said, "You got the Duck shoes on?" And I cut Dan off and said, "No, Coach, you know he's wearing Crocs and socks." And Lanning says, "I was afraid of that."
Yeah, that's all he sees. He's coaching 100
Yeah.
kids that are wearing that.
He's got a sense of humor. It is funny, though. I get a bunch of texts because they put the clips up on Twitter and Instagram, and they put one of me asking Dan a question, and Dan's like smiling and having a good time. My buddy's like, "Dude, you talked to Dan Lanning today?" Like,
yeah,
we had him on the show. So, he was honest about where they were and where they are, and early in the season, he had admitted that there were some concerns about leadership because they had lost 10 guys to the NFL. But he knew that he had a really good team when they went into Penn State and dealt with everything that goes into that. And remember, at the time, Penn State's number 2 in the country, and Penn State's a 3.5-point favorite in that game. Penn State's supposed to win that game in the whiteout, Happy Valley. But his guys, they outlasted it, and they won that game. That was the overtime game when they had the big pick at the end of overtime. Aller throws the pick. And he knew at that moment that they had a good team. He also, I asked him one of the questions, because we only had 2-3 questions a pop. I asked him, I said, well, after I started the question with, I'm sure you don't care about the point spread, but I'm also sure that you knew you were supposed to lose to Penn State. And he started to smile. He's like, you find motivation wherever you need to.
Yep.
You know that they were drilling that all week long at practice.
100%. There's no doubt. Yeah, on the game, all the 9.5s are gone. We're 10 across the board. It makes sense. And I mean, Oregon has to win. I keep hearing people say, oh, they might be in trouble. No, Jeff told us yesterday, and he's spot on. Oregon loses, they are out. They're out. And it's the matchup kind of doesn't matter. Even when they face good defenses, they still run for 200 yards every single week with the Ducks. And so now you've got that great matchup. they're going to run all day on them. This isn't even a top 100 defense against the run in USC. And you've got USC going on the road where they don't play well. I think you guys are on it. I'll be with you on Oregon -10. Any other games? What else do you want to throw out there college-wise?
So we're trying to figure out who's starting at quarterback for Michigan State. Childs is likely out. That's what I've been told all week. He was their opening day starter for Sparty. And now the backup got hurt against Penn State. So that's something that could lead to a true freshman quarterback going into Iowa City and having to carry the mail on the road. Not ideal. I wanted to get the kid's name right. How about this for a quarterback's name? Alessio Milivojevic.
Oh,
it's like a hybrid Italian and Serbian. I mean, Alessio is Italian. Milivojevic, trust me, is Serbian. So if he's out, and he's listed as questionable right now, they would go to a true freshman quarterback 3 on the road against an Iowa defense. How many points do they score if that's the case?
The Texas number's coming down. I agree with that. We talked about it a little bit yesterday. Now there are 8.5s in the market. We were 10 earlier in the week. Nobody's betting them. I hope Arkansas isn't in the room. As competitive as they've been in the SEC, we know the record sucks and they haven't been able to win these games to break through, but they're fighting. They're in these matchups. I'll be on Arkansas. And it's still above a touchdown. I'm fine with that. But everybody knows. Everybody sees it. And maybe Texas is down and out after that third loss last week. They probably know they're not going to be a playoff team.
And Sark rumored to maybe be leaving. That's not great. I do a show every Friday in Austin later on. I'll get an answer there. But the truth is, Joe, the room is 20, 43, and 2 in college football. Just see who they like and go from there.
Yes. We're always like hanging with bated breath. Okay, where's
Quack.
the room at? Where's the room at?
Quack.
Ducks?
No.
Don't say that. That's just a prediction. That is not official. All right, NFL breakdown next here on Bet Sweats.
Clear.
All right, let's start to break down this Week 12 NFL card. It was a fun start last night with what we saw between the Texans and the Bills. The Bills go down as a road favorite once again. They have not been playing very well on the road at all. You can trust them some of the time at home, but things certainly up and down when it comes to the Buffalo Bills. We didn't even talk about the Super Bowl odds. We talked a lot about the division odds changing, making the playoff odds adjustment for the Houston Texans. Let's see where we're at on the Super Bowl after last night. Did the Bills end up dropping again? They were, I think the best number was plus 1050 going into that game last night. And now they're the 5th seed. Things will obviously change as the week wraps up, but I'd assume it went down a touch again, Sam. Let's see where we're at here.
Well, 11, not so 12? Fast, my friend.
Yeah, it did.
BetMGM has the Bills. BetMGM has the Bills at 9-1.
They're the shortest number, though, that I see. There are 12s available this morning.
This is as wide open as it gets. And I know that people say that all the time. It's not really true when you say it all the time. If you say it with a purpose, you have to understand how the numbers are. And I'm glad that we're going to have this conversation here because I had a chat with John Murray at the Westgate. And this was on Wednesday on my train ride down. We get a little break in New Haven if we're early and we could step outside and make phone calls or whatever. And I ended up writing a story about this for Fox about the top 10 teams in the NFL. And Murray just laughed and said it could be one of 7 teams. And I said, well, let's put them in order. So in order, Westgate says Rams, Eagles, Bills, Chiefs, Lions, Ravens, Seahawks, Colts, Packers, Patriots. That's their order right now. And obviously things could change, but that's 1 through 10. He said the line, though, between 1 and 7, the Rams and the Seahawks, is 1.5 on a neutral. If that doesn't tell you how wide open this season is, I don't know what to tell you. The gap between number 1 and number 7 is 1.5.
Is that was 7 Baltimore? What did you say it was?
Baltimore just ahead of Seattle. Seattle 7, Baltimore 6.
And you know what's really messed up? In that 7, you've got 3 teams right now not in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Baltimore's
That's all
out.
Power ratings.
Yeah. Correct. Baltimore's out. KC out. No, 2. I think it's 2. I misspoke. I was thinking Buffalo too. But yeah, like you look at this. If you go by the best number in the market, you've got Buffalo as the 5th favorite at 12-1. They're still in. The Chiefs are the 3rd favorite at 11-1. They're out. The Ravens are 13-1. They're around 7, 8, depending what book you're looking at. So you're right. Things wide open. Is the list of potential Super Bowl winners 7? I would say no. I would say it's longer than that. Would you agree with that idea?
Where's the Broncos?
Exactly.
That's sort of my initial reaction to the list because the Broncos have a chance to be the number 1 seed in the AFC, the vaunted, dangerous, top-heavy AFC, which all offseason was, all right, pick your poison. Baltimore, Buffalo, Cincinnati, Kansas City. Well, Denver is 9-2. And Denver isn't even on the list of top 10 teams at the Westgate. And let's look at the price. Broncos to win the Super Bowl at BetMGM. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9th best odds with a 9-2 record.
And there were a lot of people last night saying, I wouldn't want to play this Texans defense in the playoffs. They're 50-1 over at BetMGM. They're way down the board in the middle. So we'll see if they even make the playoffs. Joe O, Sammy P, let's break down these games. And let's start with the Kansas City Chiefs, team that is viewed as the best in the AFC, even though they are on the outside looking in right now. They are in a must-win spot, the 5-5 Kansas City Chiefs. They are playing at Arrowhead, where they have dominated. They have a 4-1 record at home, and they are 1-4 on the road. They're at home this week, favored by 3.5. Colts coming off the bye. The last time we saw them, they were in Germany, winning in overtime against the Atlanta Falcons. What are you thinking with KC Indy?
I'd like to lay Kansas City for sure, but I'm not there yet. We've got to pick 5. We'll do that at the end of the show. I would lean to the Chiefs just because they're at home. I think they're a little undervalued now in terms of how people are perceiving them. And Paul brought up the Chris Andrews tweet the other day about how he was watching Get Up, and the whole panel said the Colts should be favored. And when you usually hear that, you're like, oh, okay. Well, if Rex Ryan and Mike Greenberg think the Colts should be favored, maybe it's time.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's time to do something there. Lean to Kansas City. That's a cheap number. When's the last time we saw the Chiefs 3.5 at home against Daniel Jones or a quarterback like that? You know, when you really close your eyes and think about it, we bet Buffalo. Well, I'm sorry, I bet Buffalo. And then I think we all kind of leaned toward Denver last week. It's KC or pass from me in this one, just given how low the perception is and how low the number is. You can lay 3 minus 120 at a couple books right now on KC.
Yep. I understand it. I definitely think the Chiefs are going to win this game. Could be wrong. I've been wrong in the past on this team. 47.5. You think about this efficient Colts offense. I mean, these are 2 of the top 3 offenses in the league when it comes to EPA per play. And these close games, the Chiefs are not winning suddenly. They had a 17-game winning streak in one-score games, which was insane, and now they have a 5-game losing streak. It always happens that way, and it was just a matter of time. What's the injury report say? Xavier Worthy was limited. Isaiah Pacheco was limited on Thursday. Very curious where we're at there. The under is close to hitting. The under on the win total for the Kansas City Chiefs. If they lose one more game, the under cashes right here, right now. So I don't have a play on the game. Just the desperation. I'm with you, and I would lean in the Chiefs' direction, but I have a lot of questions. If I'm doing anything in this game, I would probably go to the under. I know what both offenses have done this season, but we're north of 50. And with this Chiefs defense, if it ends up being a Chiefs game, they're going to have to limit that Colts offense. And they've been rearing up the rush defense for Jonathan Taylor. Arrested Taylor does scare me quite a bit. And this Colts team has played well on the road. They've played well everywhere. I lean to the Chiefs, but I don't in the under, but I don't have a play on the game. Any other anything else worth discussing in this one?
Well, I looked at a couple parlays. For example, a Chiefs-Rams moneyline parlay is even money, plus 100. I think that's probably going to win. I lean to that. And then if we take the Rams out and put in the Niners, it's minus 102 at BetMGM. So if you want to key Kansas City, again, Kansas City's 5-5. So you can't make this number 5.5. Or 6. Like the true number probably a month ago is KC 5.5. But because the Colts keep winning, and now the Colts are off the bye, and the Chiefs have lost 2 in a row, you're getting the Chiefs. You're getting the Chiefs on the cheap. There we go.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to hook them with other things, I know you guys are hoping the Panthers create some chaos here and beat the Niners, but do you really think they're going to win? So Chiefs and Niners minus 102. Chiefs and Rams, even money. Something to think about.
If I were to hook it with a team somewhere in that price range that you're talking about, you're looking at teams around a touchdown favorite, I would go to Green Bay. Even though I don't love the way that they've been playing, just that specific matchup against McCarthy, I don't have to cover the 6.5. I just need to win that game. I would look to Green Bay. There's some reasons that I think Green Bay is not the worst look in the world. I'm not saying lay a touchdown, but to win, I like that.
Plus 105.
Yeah. If you're looking for something to hook with, that makes a lot of sense. All right, let's keep things rolling here. We've got the Jaguars at the Arizona Cardinals. The Jaguars are a field goal favorite. So we got off the 2.5. We are 3 across the board. The total sitting at 47 in the hook. Has not gotten off that number pretty much all week. Sam, both of these teams are coming off very strange results. The Jaguars, a blowout win over the Chargers, right? And you look at it, I don't know that a lot of people had that coming. I know you, of course, had the Jaguars last week in that game, but 35-6, that was a lot worse than I assume even you thought. And then it felt like Niners-Cardinals was over early, and then Brissett ends up completing 47 passes, which was crazy. They put up almost 500 yards of offense against the Niners. Prevent or no prevent, that's an incredible performance, and the Cardinals can't stop anybody. So that was the issue there. They're dealing with a lot of injuries. So what do we do with Jaguars, Cardinals, Jacksonville -3?
I will probably do nothing. What I'd like to do at this point in time is just fold my arms, kick up my legs, and let you and Paul talk this one through.
All right, Paul. What
are we doing, Joe? I mean, it's never Jags, right? It's never laying it with the Jags, right?
No chance is it the Jacksonville Jaguars. No, this is the worst time to buy. Is the buy spot here Cardinals on the cheap? You're getting the +3. I hate it, but I'm here. We know Marvin Harrison Jr. is out. It looks like the defense is getting healthier for Arizona. We'll find out for sure later today, but a lot of the guys that have been missing time, they are now limited practices. That game was over early last week.
Yeah.
We know Brissett can move the football. Do we really think the Jaguars are going to repeat what they did? 5 for 6 in the red zone. They're putting up a ton of points while missing a lot of their best players, including their top 3 cornerbacks. So, yeah, you can't lay it. Both running backs were limited yesterday. Brian Thomas, him too. Trayvon Walker has not been practicing this week. Is he even going to be good to go? I feel like you've talked me into the Cardinals this week. Are you still there?
I am still there, and the Jaguars have been especially bad against tight ends. Trey McBride game. Like, just feed that guy, especially with Marvin Harrison out. Marvin Harrison Jr. out. Yeah, just feed Trey McBride. And, again, getting the full 3, I like that. I think they're very live in the game, too.
Yeah, the McBride number's 75.5, around where he's been, and he's even money at one spot for an anytime touchdown. That makes sense. When Brissett's out there, he finds McBride. He's his dude. So, yeah, both on the Cardinals. Okay, very good. How about a game we were talking a little bit ago about? The movement in Cincinnati, New England. It keeps on dropping. All signs pointing to Joe Burrow being under center for the Cincinnati Bengals at home. We are now mostly 6. I don't know. It's pretty split now. Now we're at 5.5. Man, let's say we get Burrow news today. Joe Burrow is starting on Sunday for the Cincinnati Bengals. Where does it go to?
5.5, probably a good guess on the floor. I don't think you're going to get much lower than 5.5 because I know people will like to lay a cheap New England 5, especially considering what you were talking about the other day. This was 8 on the 17th. 8, 7.5. How low can you go? It's difficult to envision it getting much lower than 5.5. And most books are at 6 right now, including BetMGM. Are you going to play this over 51.5? I know you're leaning that way.
It's just getting to a point where it's just like, geez, now we're past 51. I see it being a shootout, certainly. The way to go is probably props, right? If you want to go to Higgins, some other weapons on the Bengals side, or Patriots, that makes a lot of sense. We don't have anything props-wise on Henderson. I would love to see what those numbers are. He's a big favorite to score a touchdown, but let's see what the yardage is or what some of his other props is. The reason we don't have it is we don't know about Stevenson. He was limited yesterday. For my Offensive Rookie of the Year tickets, I'm hoping that they decide to sit Stevenson once again. But let's not forget, this is the Bengals, the worst defense in football. It's not close. The Cowboys really aren't even in that conversation. And Drake May has the highest completion percentage in football. They complete 72% of their passes. How do we think they're going to do against this defense? I think both teams are going to score. It is going to be a shootout. It's going to be a very high number. I get why it's up there. So let's see about the Burrow news. Burrow as a dog, Sam, 17-3 ATS when it's at least a field goal. 17-3. Yeah, I hear you. More breakdowns next. We'll get to the Steelers and Bears on the other side. This is Bet Sweats.
Steelers clear.
15. Five.
It's been wild. They keep finding ways to win games. They keep finding ways to make it happen. 5-1 in one-score games. Those are your Chicago Bears. Sammy P here. This is BetSweat's BetMGM Network. The Bears have a record of 7-3, and the Pittsburgh Steelers sitting there 6-4. This game is massive for both sides when it comes to the playoff picture. With Chicago, I think people would look and say, well, if they lose, is it the biggest deal in the world? They fall to 7-4. They're still in a prime spot for a playoff spot in the NFC. I would say it is a massive deal because I'm not sure how many games moving forward they're going to be favored to win. So if they don't win this one, it's not one of the three that they probably need to get into the postseason. Boy, it's going to get dicey moving forward, because the schedule does get more challenging. You still got Detroit, you got San Francisco, you got Green Bay a couple of times. There are no easy ones. Not that this is ever easy, but it's a game at home, and you're favored by, it was a field goal, and that is now down to 2.5. The total is 45 and the hook. The biggest story in the game is something that we don't have an answer to right now on Friday morning. Is Aaron Rodgers going to play? Does it matter? Well, Rodgers against the Bears, 24-5 straight up. He has 64 passing touchdowns, 66 in total, 10 interceptions against the Bears. In the regular season, he wins 83% of the time against the Bears. I know some people are like, dude, wins is not a quarterback stat. And a lot of times I'm right there with you. Let me tell you, I've watched all 29 of these regular season games, Rodgers against the Bears. In this case, that's a quarterback stat. It's him beating the Bears again and again and again and finding ways. And he plays his best ball at Soldier Field. Sam, we mentioned 24 regular season wins against the Bears. Oh, that's a lot. But you know what? They play the Bears a lot. That's 6 more wins than he has against any other team. The Lions and Vikings are in the division too for a long time. And he has 18 wins against those teams, 24 against the Bears. So that's massive. I understand he is not the same Aaron Rodgers as he was in Green Bay, but Pittsburgh wants Rodgers to go. The Bears probably don't want Rodgers to go, unless they want to slay that dragon. Good luck with that. Do you think it's a big deal, or do you look at it and say, you know what? I mean, Rodgers just has not been very good this year. Rudolph was actually pretty efficient in relief last week. It's not a big deal, or is it a big deal?
I don't want to compare Michael Jordan to Aaron Rodgers. Let me preface what I'm about to say with that. But you knew, and you and I grew up in Chicago, you knew when Jordan went to the Garden in New York, something special was going to happen. You just knew. You knew he was going to score 40 plus, maybe 50 plus. Everybody would go home in awe of what they just saw, and odds were good the Knicks were going to lose. We lived it. Mm-hmm. There are a lot of similarities to when that quarterback goes into that building. There just are. We talked about this on Bear Bets too yesterday. The Conti cover 0 play, week 17. The Bears can say as much as they want. More the fans. Oh, we don't care. We don't care about Aaron Rodgers. Lies. Don't lie. Don't BS a BSer, please. Here's what's interesting. So he comes back to practice, and it's his left wrist, obviously. It's not his right wrist. Fractured his left wrist, but he doesn't need surgery. And there are levels to fractures. I mean, if this is a complete or compound fracture, he's not playing. If it's a little fracture, you could slap a brace on that thing and he's going to play. You know he wants to play. And he's kind of downplaying it too, Rodgers.
Of course.
He's throwing a little shade there, but he knows he owns them. He knows he owns them. I just can't. I can't bet against that guy in that building because I covered it. I've seen it. I know it.
Mm-hmm. I know. I'm with you, man. You think he's playing? I think he's playing.
I think he's playing. My dad actually called me last night. My dad never calls me about sports things, at least about injuries. He won't talk sports.
Unless there's Serbia.
Unless it's Illinois basketball now. He calls me the other night and says, "Do you think Rodgers is playing?" I'm like, "I don't know. Why?" He goes, "Well, you know these kind of things." I said, "Well, I don't know this one because I have nobody close to Aaron Rodgers, and Aaron Rodgers isn't really close with anybody, so he's not gonna say a word. We're gonna find out when everybody else finds out."
Mm-hmm.
But my dad is thinking about it from a guy holding season tickets. Like, he wants to sell the tickets because he wants Rodgers to play and he wants to get more money. Because if you're a season ticket holder, and my dad lives in Florida now, he's not going to the game. The price of the ticket, even though we're sitting here saying there's not a big drop off between Rodgers and Rudolph, and yes, that's true. It's a big difference in ticket prices. If they rule Rodgers out and it's Mason Rudolph, that ticket just isn't as valuable anymore. But if it's Aaron Rodgers coming back to Chicago, you can sell that ticket for just a little bit more money. So even Dad's on the horn wondering about Rodgers going. I think he's going to go, but I have no intel on that.
Yeah, and there are a lot of within driving distance Rodgers fans. There are fanboys like Ryan Horvat. Shout out Horvey, great job this week. That would pay a lot of money to go see their guy, maybe for the last time, right? So I could see that. The injury report with all the Rodgers noise is getting underreported, I think, for the Chicago Bears. There are 3 starting offensive linemen that were limited yesterday. Are all of them going to go? Both tackles and the center, the 3 most important spots on the offensive line, all limited. And when you look at that defense, 2 starting linebackers are not practicing this week, Edwards and Edmonds. And then you've got Kyler Gordon. Maybe he returns. Tyreek Stevenson was limited as well. Jalen Johnson is still out. Whew. Could be a lot of injuries. Rodgers might be picking on the replacement linebackers that are going to be out there. So it's fascinating. And there's a Gertz factor. Gertz said yesterday in 10 Toes Down, Pittsburgh by 2 touchdowns, Bears under 23.5 team total, Watt sacks, and Gainwell touchdowns. You still on Pittsburgh?
I'm in. Yeah, what's done is done.
Okay.
I don't love that he's loading up the Nerf gun with extra bullets. I do not love that.
I will say this. If the room somehow comes Bears, the world might end this weekend. So, this might be our last show. I'm just putting that out there. You know that movie about the nukes that's out on Netflix right now? That might happen this weekend. If the room is on Bears and Gertz is on Steelers, could be the end of the world.
Hold on. Tell me more about the movie. Is this the movie that I told you about a couple weeks ago?
Yeah. Courage Under Fire.
Did you watch it yet?
I did.
No. Okay.
Well, that was in 96. So, yeah.
Wait a minute. Are we talking about the same movie?
We are. I just couldn't think of the name. So, yeah. It's The Countdown.
House of Dynamite is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that one. Fire, Dynamite.
That movie sucked because it just ended.
Right.
The ending was horrible.
What might happen? I don't know. The world could end or not.
No. So, all right, maybe.
Oh, sorry,
we
spoiled the movie.
Yeah, maybe I'm wrong here. And Joe, please tell me if I'm wrong here. So they're. I gotta be careful with this. Go ahead.
Chicago was the target.
That's
perfect.
Part of me in that movie. Part of me in the movie, not in real life, in the movie, wanted to see Chicago obliterated. Am I wrong for saying that? Am I wrong?
Sam, I'm right here. Jake is right here. Joe is right here. I mean, I guess if the wind blows the right way, Joe might be okay.
I might be all right. The movie. So Joe, I'm going to ruin the movie for you and for anybody else. Sorry. It is what it is. It's not a good movie. It's a waste of 2 hours because they build this whole thing up about a nuke going off in Chicago. And as the nuke is moments away from Chicago, the movie just ends. And you're like, whoa, like, are they going to shoot the nuke out? Are they going to blow the nuke up? Are they going to give me something? Nope. We never know what happens. I hated it. I despise the ending to that movie.
Dude, you're not Sopranos. Like, no, you can't be doing that. I'm thinking about right now all the people I know that are downtown Chicago. Can I endorse what you just said?
No, don't.
I can endorse it.
It was very clear in the movie I wanted to see it, not in real life. Could I have prefaced that any better?
I'm in the movie. I'm in the movie right now. I'm in the movie.
In the movie, we just need a strong gust of wind to not blow northwest, which is where I am.
So they spend an hour and a half about
Southwest.
this devastating.
Jake's downtown right now. Anyway, go on.
Well, I know. I thought about that.
They spend 90 minutes building up this catastrophic event, and at that point, I'd like to see it through. No, you got to know.
I wonder if they had a plan going in, or they just got to a point where it's like, well, we can't go through with this, and we can't just be like, oh, it worked out, the nuke's gone, or it stopped, or whatever. It's like, you know what? Yep, let's just end it.
That's a waste of time.
Do not.
It is.
If you haven't seen it and it's on your list, do not watch it. It is a total waste of time.
All right, let's stay in the NFC North. Keep this thing moving here. The Packers are 6.5-point favorites total, 41 and the hook. There we go.
Get us back on track.
The Packers a home favorite against J.J. McCarthy and the Minnesota Vikings. Sam, what do you think?
I have no reason to bet Minnesota because I bet Minnesota the last 2 weeks and took 2 L's. So naturally, Minnesota is going to cover or win this game outright. I don't trust either team, though, to be honest with you. And the total has taken the most money in the game. 43 on the open, 41 at Pinnacle right now. So we've seen some support. I like both defenses. And I've never really trusted Jordan Love. And we know McCarthy. Let's say J.J. McCarthy makes 30 throws in this game. How many of them are going to be on target? 7? 8? So I understand it. I can't do it. I want to go back to Minnesota so bad. Personal mission. Nah, I'm good. This one's a pass. Lean to the dog. But again, I had Minnesota against the Ravens, had them against the Bears. This would be 3 straight L's, and I'm just trying to cut bait at this point.
McCarthy has the lowest completion percentage in the league, 52.9%. Lowest completion percentage, and the highest turnover-worthy play rate in the league. He should have the most turnovers. He has the lowest rate of completions. And you know what? You know what you got last week with Minnesota against the Bears? You had that Vikings defense on the field for 73 plays. And now you're going another division game, go on the road to Lambeau to face the Packers. I want to face the Packers. Here's the thing. You mentioned not trusting them. I'm right there with you. In their last 8 games, they are 1-7 against the spread. They're still getting respect in the betting market. Look, they're a 6.5-point favorite in a divisional game. And then you look at the injury report. Every receiver was limited yesterday for the Packers. Mm-hmm. Who's going to play? Golden, Dobbs, Watson, Wicks. Even Savion Williams was limited. Everybody. So who's going to be available in this one? You know Flores is going to send the heat. And here's what I think is a big check mark on the Green Bay side. Flores just has to blitz. It's in his nature. He's going to send bodies, right? Love is terrific against the blitz. But who's he throwing to? Who's available? And by the way, you have Kraft out for the year. Josh Jacobs, is he going to be ready? I don't know. We're going to find that out later today. Just with all of that in there, I can't take Green Bay. I want to take Green Bay. I just can't. I think they're going to win the game. So moneyline parlay, if you're looking for a leg, I don't mind putting the Packers as one of your 2 legs. But laying 6.5, no, I can't get there. I'm certainly not trusting. It is Packers or pass for me. That's where I'm at on that game. All right, we've got.
I can't be trusted.
Yeah.
I can't be trusted on Minnesota anymore. Don't listen to anything I say there.
Yep. I hear you. Saints Falcons, don't think we need a ton of time on this one. Kirk Cousins will be under center for Atlanta on the road, and you've got New Orleans coming off the bye. Tyler Shuck out there once again. Michael Penix out for the season. Drake London not playing in this game. Offensive lineman for the Falcons. There's a couple guys that are questionable. We can continue with this game on the other side. We're also going to get to Eagles, Cowboys, and Bucks, Rams. So keep it here. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich. Also, Kelly in Vegas will join us at the top of the hour with her favorite college football plays of the weekend. You've got Bet Sweats on a Friday. This is the BetMGM Network. We'll get to Minnesota. No, we got Minnesota, Green Bay. And then we were going off. Forgot the movie that you guys were talking about. I don't even remember the name of it. I don't think I'm
House
gonna,
of Dynamite.
I was actually thinking, so I get way behind on movies. Like there are so many movies that have come out in the last decade that I just have not seen. Barry Rosner kind of warned me, our buddy, when we had Jack. He's like, "You are entering your blackout phase." I go, "What the hell are you talking about?" He's like, "For the next 10 to 15 years, movies, any pop culture reference, music, you're not going to know any of it." He's like, "I remember waking up or seeing it 15 years after the fact. I was like, hey, you know what? This Good Will Hunting movie is really good." And we're just like, yeah, that was 15 years ago. Thanks, Barry. Thanks for getting around and letting me know that Good Will Hunting is pretty good. When you enter the blackout phase, you have no time. You don't really sleep much. Like, you don't see any of that. So I haven't seen a lot of movies. And I was thinking, like, you know what? I might have some time to see some movies in January, February.
Yeah.
Maybe March, April, May, according to Gracie, because nothing's happening until June, I guess. So I'm looking forward to that. Anyways,
So
this will not be on
with the
list.
movie. No, do not do it. Like, here's the quick synopsis. I have a review up here. A House of Dynamite repeatedly tracks the 18 minutes that follow a missile being launched at the United States. First, from the perspective of the White House Situation Room, then from the perspective of the U.S. Strategic Command, and finally from the perspective of the president. And they do, I'll give them credit, it was very stressful. And they show you both, or actually they show you all three points of views, but then at the end it just ends. There's no, they don't tie the gift and put it under the tree. So you get, they ramp it up and they build up all this chaos, and then there's no solution. So you're just sitting there like, what happened? Nothing happened, because you never find out. You don't find out if it's done, if they fix it, if they solve it. So they build it all the way up and then just end the movie before they even say what happened or what didn't happen. No.
Oh my God.
Worse. What?
Gert's comment.
I didn't see it. Let me look right now. I know it's not.
House of Dynamite still better than Heat. No, it isn't. I can tell.
By the way,
yeah.
Did you see they're coming out, Gertz, with Heat 2?
Let's go. I'm in.
See, I'm out on that.
Hold on.
Well, you know it's going to be bad, but we got
the okay.
Yeah,
Here's the cast. Here's the cast for Heat 2. Leonardo DiCaprio, Christian Bale, Al Pacino, Austin Butler, Adam Driver, Ana de Armas, Telemundo, Jeremy Allen White.
I forgot about
the Bear.
The Bear, Bradley
good.
Cooper.
Yes.
Jeez,
Wow.
Tatum. Yes.
Hold on. There's one big part missing. No Bob?
I don't see Bob on the list. Maybe he didn't want to do it. Yeah, don't need him, honestly.
He dies in the first one.
Pacino's a spring chicken of 95.
How's he going to come back when he dies in the first one?
Oh, he's dead.
Oh, yeah, it's a great point. Yeah, very good point. You know what? That was hour 3, Gertch. Got a little lost. That's on me. So,
oh, spoiler, my bad.
That's an L. I'll hold that one.
Yeah,
it's a great.
Yeah,
great cast.
He just ruined it for everybody who hasn't seen Heat in the last 35 years.
You know what? You had 35 years. Yeah.
Gertz ruined Heat. I ruined House of Dynamite. We'll see what else we can ruin in the final hour and 15
Christmas.
minutes.
Yeah.
I'll go. When's that coming out?
I don't know.
Yeah, is it ever going to come out?
Be this
Like, are they
summer.
actually in production, or do they just like announce, like, oh, Heat 2? I feel like I've seen this for years now.
Oh,
Okay.
we're years
Dude,
away.
I'm gonna be dead by the time
The
this
next
movie
time
comes
I'm
out.
employed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. By the time it comes out, Paul will have been abducted by aliens. We'll never see Paul again.
I'm basically going to
He
be
is
like
an
the guy
alien.
from Independence Day, Russell Case. Just go on a bender and then fly a plane into
good.
an alien spaceship. That'll be good.
All right, let's go back to the NFL card. We didn't finish off Falcons Saints. The game is probably going to suck, right? It's not going to be the flagship game of the weekend. We've got the Saints favored by 2, and the total is 40.5. I like New Orleans.
Why?
I'm not supposed to like New Orleans. New Orleans laying points, I'm not supposed to like it at all because Kirk Cousins is under center and he can't do anything at this stage. And then you've got a Falcons team, back-to-back overtime games. The defense has been on the field for 149 plays in the last 2 weeks. And now they're going up against a team coming off the bye. And Tyler Shough didn't look terrible his last time out. You don't have Drake London going. What are they going to do offensively? Everything's going to have to go through Bijan. You know what the Saints do? They stop the run. That's one good thing that this team can do. So I'm looking at the matchup. I'm like, you let Bryce Young go for over 400 yards. You give up almost 500 yards to the Carolina Panthers, and it was through the air, not on the ground. What do the Falcons have right now? They might be almost in quit mode already with a lot of the season left. I like the Saints. The look ahead had Atlanta favored. New Orleans is favored now. We're inside of a field goal. I think New Orleans should be favored. It's gross, but I'm going to take them.
Don't think I'll have a single dollar on this game, but
Understood.
let me talk this out real quick. The one thing I've learned over the years, we've been betting on the NFL for 20 years now, some of us a little bit longer. What I've noticed late in seasons, when we get around this time, end of November through December, the teams that had hope and maybe a little hype that fell flat usually just give up. And then with Atlanta, are they going to bong Raheem Morris? Maybe. Are the Falcons going to try? Are they going to rally together around Kirk Cousins? Then you have the Saints team that's bad, but they're trying still because they are building that foundation under Kellen Moore, and they're trying to give young players a shot. Guys are working out. Guys are trying for jobs. Effort-wise, you likely get more from the Saints, who are also at home. So I understand that side of the handicap. From a motivational effort standpoint, I could understand somebody coming in on the Saints here.
Eagles, Cowboys, NFC East matchup. This one's going down in Dallas, and the number's coming down. It is now Philly -3. We were 3.5 last week. We were 3.5 earlier in the week. What do you know? You've got noise in Philly. Now it's around Jalen Hurts and who in the organization is mad at him and all that. I do think this stuff is legit. Paul can speak more to this, but the reporters that are saying it are ones that have been around the organization for a long time and ones that you can trust. We've got the Kelly Green jerseys. That's an interesting note. The record is very strong over the last couple of years in the Kelly Greens, and Vic Fangio's defense has been lights out against some really good offenses like the Lions and Packers over the last couple of weeks. We've got a short week for Dallas. They're coming off the Monday night performance. Is this going to be a better defense with Quinnen Williams, with guys that are coming back from injury? That is to be determined. Paul, what do you think about this? All this noise with Philadelphia, maybe it's a good thing for them. I just look at the reporters that are talking about it. I'm like, from an outsider's point of view, it's like, oh, these are actually guys that know what they're talking about.
Gunner is legit. Derek Gunn. He has a pulse on that locker room. He has for a couple decades now. I wanted to, a week or two ago, I think I said, maybe it was on Inside the Betting Lines on Saturday, but I was like, the whole A.J. Brown thing almost feels like a toddler out on the porch who's just screaming into the void at this point. Maybe it's like, it's just a nothing. But if it's like growing, if there's multiple people that feel the same way about Jalen Hurts, I don't know. We heard a little bit of this last year, and it was like, the passing game. Jalen Hurts, not an elite passer. I don't know. Like, are they going to lose this game? It's It's a very. I'm not. I'll say this. I'm not gonna lay it with the Eagles. I don't know. I wanted to believe it was all just like meaningless noise and white noise, but it seems like there might be a little bit more there. Now, when they leave the tunnel and get onto the field, does it really matter? Like, at this point, I don't care if AJ Brown's involved in the passing game. Like, they can win with him out there and not being involved. Like, I think that part of it might be a little, not a nothing, but not a major obstacle.
You care about Lane Johnson?
Yeah, that's a big problem. That's a big problem.
I like the under in the game. Even at 47.5, it's been bet down. This opened about 50, and it's been slowly coming down. But if you look at that Cowboy front right now, Joe, you mentioned some of the health. Up front right now, across the board, they go Clowney, Kenny Clark, Quinnen Williams, and Ezra Rocco, the rookie from BC. That's not a bad front, right? And those guys are all healthy. You just got Overshawn back. Their front is no longer an issue. It was an issue for a long time, but you brought in some guys. You trade for Quinnen Williams. I mean, Jalen Phillips looks like he was shot out of a cannon for the Eagles. Nobody happier than Vic Fangio to get Jalen Phillips coming off the edge. And this Cowboy offense, it looked great on Monday night. The Raiders blow. This is going to be, in my opinion, this is going to be 17-14, 2017, one of those NFC East black and blue wars.
Yeah, I don't have anything on the game, but that's a pretty good look. I like that. That makes sense to me, Sammy. All right, we've got Tampa Bay, LA Rams. We'll get to that Sunday Night Football matchup coming up at about 11:20 Eastern. We'll throw that into the 2-minute drill when we go over a bunch of other games. So every game will be discussed on this NFL card. Joe, Sammy P., let's get back to some college football on the other side. Our friend Kelly in Vegas will drop by next. You've got Bet Sweats on a Friday. This is the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Joe, Sammy P with you another hour here on this Football Friday. This is Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. And now joining us like she does every week, Kelly in Vegas. We'll go over her favorite college football plays of the weekend. Kelly, I'll speak for myself. I'll let Sam answer in a moment, but I think you're right. You were out there on social media yesterday saying, I think Joe and Sam are believers now. I don't know. Where are you at, Sam? Are you a believer?
I believe in some things, for sure.
Oh, Jesus.
I think that's fair. No, here's the reality. Ariel and I talked to Gracie. We have some other people we talked to. I think you're allowed to pick and choose. Like, I had somebody tell me this was going to be a really bad year for me, and I said, I'm not subscribing to that. I'm going to have a great year. Have I had a bad year? No. Have I had a great year? No. But I think it's part of it's a mindset. And look, has Gracie been right about a lot of things in my life? She sure has. And I would just get your foot checked out. That's it. Get a second opinion. Maybe you just need to have it looked at. You don't want small things to turn into big things, right? She has convinced me to make some, I would call, life-altering decisions, and so far she's been correct. So we'll leave it at that.
Quick follow-up. Very quick follow-up. I noticed there was an Ariel and I talk to people. Is Ariel now, have you absorbed Ariel into the spiritual council?
So I think Ariel has been on her own journey, so I don't want to speak for her, but I think that there's been some questions that she's asked Gracie and others, and she's found some people of her own that she likes to talk to and consult with. And I would say, yeah, I think spirituality is an interesting thing, guys. You're going to go on your own wavelength, right? So last night I'm sitting there talking to Brett, and he's like, why is crypto in the tank? And I'm like, well, I told you that was going to happen. That's why I bought Zcash. And he just looked at me and shook his head. And I'm like, I say these things out loud and nobody listens, but then they ask me after the fact. Same reason why I bet against the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. So here we are.
Well, now it's funny. The tank is 75K or wherever we're at right now, right? A few years ago, that was not the tank. Like, that was very good. So it keeps rising. Look, like your takeaway was feet. My takeaway was betting in groups of women. That was mine with Gracie. That she threw that in there at the very end. So I don't know what that means. It could be good or bad. I told my wife about it. She seemed a little concerned.
Well, I think you could decipher that in different ways. Maybe your wife's included in that group of women. Maybe you need to be around family members that are female when you're gambling. I don't know. There's a lot of different ways that could go into, or you could just come hang out in Boston next time we're with Sammy P, and me and Ariel will stay closely next to you at the casino.
There we go. Perfect. Do we want to stick with Gracie? Anything else that we want to get to before we go into college football, Joe?
No, we can go to college.
I want to stick with Gracie really quick because I know you guys asked her about the Chiefs, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. Chiefs are my best bet this week. We can go there. That's a good transition before we go to college football.
She said there's a lot of energy that's all over the place that she believes is going to be channeled in the right direction on Sunday, if I'm remembering correctly. I don't like to misremember like Roger Clemens. I like to remember. I'm pretty sure she said that all that energy is going to be channeled together and through the Colts. That's how I remember it, at least.
Okay. That's very interesting.
It's also noteworthy on the sports front. She gave us Ohio State around this time last year.
Mm-hmm.
And we said, what's the team? Georgia.
Yeah.
Ooh. A lot around Georgia, which is something that Paul was interested in because he mentioned a couple weeks ago that he was betting Georgia for the championship. And we saw what happened this past Saturday.
Okay. Yeah, well, you're not going to get any better of it unless something crazy happens. I mean, they're playing Charlotte this weekend. It's like either you bet it now, you're probably already too late. Okay, Georgia. Yeah. I'm going to look into that. I like it. Last year, I agreed with her on Ohio State. That was wonderful. I didn't ask her about college basketball. We hit Florida 40-1. I will say this. I did bet Iowa State 30-1 to win the national championship. Do I think they're going to win the national championship? No, I do not. But I did think that there was some solid value on them here in mid-November. I'm going to look for another team possibly over the next couple of weeks as well.
Do you have a favorite college football bet? Where do you want to start?
You guys, my college football card is just disgusting this weekend. It's like I am always looking for those dogs around a touchdown range. I always get maybe one double-digit dog that I like, and of course, this weekend it is just trash team after trash team. So if I have to pick my favorite trash pick of the week, it's Maryland. It is. I bet against Michigan last week. I gave you guys Northwestern last week. I can't believe Northwestern lost that game. There was a couple questionable calls, if you will. Walk-off field goal for the Wolverines. But this is not a bad Maryland team. I know on paper, having a 6-game losing streak looks bad. But if you guys remember, I gave you them versus Wisconsin. I think that was week 2 or 3. Week 5 or 6, I gave you guys them versus Washington, and I still cannot believe they lost that football game. But here's the reality. A team that doesn't get to go bowling, they still have things to play for. They're bringing back their head coach. I don't know why, but they are. So this is a team that wants to play for him. And I'll say this, now they get to play spoiler. And I think after a scare like last week, a lot of people are expecting Michigan to be on their A game. How are they going to be on their A game versus a Terps team that has just fallen off a cliff since they started the season fairly well before they go play Ohio State? Riddle me that, Batman. I took the 14 with Maryland. Do I think Maryland can win this game? Probably not. I said that on my parlay video. Look, they're a 14-point underdog. Could you catch Michigan like Northwestern caught Michigan last week? Maybe looking ahead, maybe a couple bounces go your way. Bryce Underwood interception, wonky fumble. They are without their 2 top running backs. I like Maryland. I think it's worth a little teeny tiny money line sprinkle.
Northwestern loses +5 in the turnover margin. 5, not 3, not 4, 5, and they still find a way to lose that game. All right, you said the card is disgusting. What other games are you looking at?
Oh, yeah, it doesn't get much more disgusting than Oklahoma State, right? But it really isn't. They're not a bad football program. Yes, all of the drama with Gundy kind of derailed their season, but you want to lay double digits with Central Florida, a team who's lost 6 of their last 7 games. And over the last 3, they've been outscored by an average of 23 points per game. I know Oklahoma State is not some offensive powerhouse, but Zane Flores, last 2 weeks, 46 of 64. That's almost 72% through the air. They've only scored 14 points per game, though. That's my one thing. This defense is going to have to step up. UCF is just not a team that I think is going to get up big to play Oklahoma State. This is the bounce house that once was world renowned for how awesome it was, and it's just no longer. With UCF reeling, I think the Cowboys have an opportunity to smell some blood in the water here and get a win over an FBS opponent. They're plus 425 on the money line. I don't know if 14 points is going to be enough to win this game. But you need UCF to score 28 to cover. And I just don't see that really being the case here. I could see it being a 21-10 final. Oklahoma State gets the cover, and that's really the reality there. And when you're betting these bad teams, to sit here and give an argument to the win is really tough. But I didn't like much this week in college football.
I think I'm going to add some Michigan State. I just got a text about 5 minutes ago that it's not sounding good for their second-string quarterback who got hurt against Penn State. So now it looks like Michigan State's going to start, or potentially start. I'm not going to break news on the show. That's not my job. But very likely that Michigan State is going to start a true freshman quarterback 3 at Iowa. You can still lay 16.5 with the Hawkeyes. I mean, if you're a freshman quarterback going on the road, Iowa's probably one of the last places in the country you want to go to, right?
Defensively, I could understand that. Here's the thing. I love Jonathan Smith as an underdog. I played them last week, and then they stayed in the locker room at halftime. Like, it doesn't get much more frustrating than that from a team. And albeit Penn State's loaded with tons of 4 and 5 stars, Michigan State just isn't. No, I want no business of a third string true freshman quarterback on the road at Iowa, but be careful. Iowa is riddled with injuries. I think we saw that catch up with them last week there in the Coliseum.
With Kelly in Vegas here on Bet Sweats. So last week, your 100K Bloody Survivor started. That is, bloody means you're picking 2 teams per week. And we remember last week in the NFL, it was all chalk. So everybody advances. And then I'm looking at it.
Not that many people advanced. Well, people advanced.
Why? most did, but still, like 30 some got knocked out in a week that was all chalk. Didn't make any sense. And then I looked this morning, Kelly. There were 5 people that took the Bills last night.
Mm-hmm.
We've got 3 double-digit favorites. We've got a bunch of games that are higher than 5.5 to 6 with the Houston game last night, and 5 still take the Bills. I don't get it.
Yep. And in the splash, big splash, we're into 2 picks a week too. Last week, 194 got knocked out because they were trying to get cute and take teams like the Falcons that I said we're going to lose the football game. Well, it's tough picking 2 a week. But like I told John Murray, he's like, do we really want to burn the Ravens? Yeah, we do. They're playing the Jets. We do want to burn the Ravens here because somebody else is going to try to get cute and take the Bills. Somebody else is going to try to get cute and take the Niners. Someone else is going to try to get cute and take some of these other teams that are going to lose the game outright. We are into November. Teams are getting healthier like the Niners. Yes, there are other teams that are more banged up. Ravens are not losing this game to the Jets. I don't know why you wouldn't use the Ravens. I understand if you're in a circus survivor and you need to save them for a holiday game. That is a completely different argument. But against the Jets this weekend, I think we're either taking Lions, Ravens, or Ravens, Seahawks as our double pick. And I don't think there's a reason to overthink it.
Yeah, Seattle's going to club this team.
You
Just
would think.
club Tennessee.
I would absolutely think. I mean, Tennessee, at this point in time, I understand teams don't tank. Organizations want them to tank. And I keep saying, all right, when is Tennessee going to win another football game? I don't think they are. I don't think they are. They are not a good team. There is nothing exciting about Cam Ward. Sam Darnold would have to throw 3 picks to lose this game.
Yeah. As for Denver, I know you're a Broncos gal. John and I did a story for Fox. I asked for the Westgate's top 10 teams in the NFL from a power rating standpoint. He didn't have Denver in the top 10. Are you surprised by that?
He shouldn't. We talked about it on Kelly and Murray, actually. He brought it up. And I asked if they had the Patriots. And he said, yeah, Patriots were number 10. I said, here's the reality. There are people that love to say things on social media to me, and I like to incite a little riot here every once in a while. So last week I get into it with Patriots fans. Then I decided, who's the most fraudulent team you want to ask me? I'll tell you. It's the Chicago Bears. And everybody's up in arms. And I'm like, you know who the number 2 fraudulent team is? It's the Denver Broncos, okay? The Denver Broncos fan is telling you her team's number 2. Number 3 is the Patriots. There you go. No, I'm not surprised at all. Denver has been living and dying by this defense. Now, have they won a Super Bowl with a solid defense before? Yeah. But guess who their quarterback was? Peyton Manning. They had an offensive coordinator who was a statue on the field. That's how they won that Super Bowl. I want to believe. I want to be high on the Bo cane, as all of the Denver Broncos fans love to tell me. I'm just not. I don't think this is a Super Bowl caliber team. Could they win a playoff game? Sure. Are they going to win the AFC West? I said they were. But that was because I bet against the Chiefs. Like I said earlier in the show, I took the Chiefs under 11.5 wins. I took the Chiefs no playoffs. I took the Denver Broncos to win the AFC West. Those things are all very plausible, with also saying Denver has really overachieved this season.
Are you on the Bengals if Burrow plays?
I want to like the Bengals so bad, but you want to know why? It's because I want to bet against the Patriots. And those things don't always correlate, you guys. Did I play the Bengals in my Westgate Super Contest +8? Sure did. Just in case Burrow plays, you're getting a stale number. Also, picking 5 games a week is tough. Am I going to bet the Bengals with my own money? Probably not. I don't really trust this team either. No Jamar Chase does not help that case. Are they marching Joe Burrow out a little early? Possibly. And that's something to think about as well. Patriots are not the freight train I want to step in front of. I can have discussions and hypothetical conversations with their fan base. With my own money, I got to be a little more conservative.
What about Bears Steelers?
I'm all over the Steelers. Are you kidding me? I'm all over the Steelers.
Let's go.
I love the Steelers in this spot. How can you not? I've been betting against the Bears all season long, and it's been burning me. I had the Vikings last week. And no, actually, I didn't. I take that back because I had no Wi-Fi on my flight. Brett had to put in my Super Contest picks, and he couldn't get a hold of me, and he used the Bears, and I was pissed. I go, I love the Vikings. Nope, Bears win the game outright. Of course they do.
Wow.
That kickoff return sure helped them. Listen, they've been living and dying by craziness happen. Whether it's the Raiders game or the Vikings game, it doesn't matter. I'm not going to cash my Bears under 8.5 wins ticket. I love the Steelers this week. I think they are worth every single teaser spot you can find them in. Aaron Rodgers, Mason Rudolph, doesn't matter. There's no drop off there between the two. But yeah, I'm not laying it with the Bears. That is for sure.
Kelly, thank you as always. Have a great Thanksgiving, and we'll do this again in a couple weeks. All right.
Thanks, guys.
Good stuff there. Kelly in Vegas talking to some Survivor, NFL. Also, this ugly college football card is one of the last full cards of the season. Only get 2 more of those left. All right. On the other side, we will find out where the room is at. We'll play 2-minute drill, go over some of the NFL games that we have not dissected yet. That is next. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
All right, we got a lot to get to. Contest plays later on this hour. We'll do lightning bets. We got to find out where the room is at, especially with college football with the record there, and NFL as well. And we've got a number of other games that we have not gotten to yet. So we bring in our executive producer, Paul Aspen. Paul?
All right, 2-minute drill. Let's do that. So let's start with the Sunday night football game we've not gotten to yet. Bucks Rams. Joe, I believe you were looking at the Bucks in this spot. Where are you at as we hit the weekend?
Yeah, there is something that I don't like that is bothering me. Yes, I have liked the Bucks all week. Been talking about that. My biggest concern is Jamel Dean. Is he going to be out there? This guy is graded out as the best cornerback in the NFL, and he would obviously be matched up with Puka. He did not practice Wednesday or Thursday. Neither did Reddick. So if Dean and Reddick are both out, I would be very concerned. If Dean's not out there, now you've got Puka probably doing whatever the hell he wants against this Bucs defense, which is a scary thing to consider, especially since Stafford didn't do a whole lot last week. Also, once again, it's a week where Ibuka and Bucky Irving are both limited. Well, Irving was last week. Ibuka was fine. But Florio said something that was kind of strange on his show that was making the rounds about Bucky Irving. Yeah, so he was going to start to say something basically insinuating that Bucky Irving's injury is a lot worse than the Bucs are letting on, but he's been limited in practice. And then he took right, Sam. So it sounds like you saw it. He told his co-host he was going to tell him during the break, but he wouldn't say it on the air what it was.
So I've heard the rumors, and it's not my job to share. Let's just put it this way. It's not a physical issue.
Oh.
That's why Florio stopped short. At least that's what I've heard. So it's not my business. I'm not going to even go there, but it doesn't sound like it's anything injury related with Irving. I did see that, and then I had followed a couple Buccaneer accounts to kind of see what the rumors were, and we'll just leave it at that. But it does sound like, according to Rick Stroud, who covers the Bucs, he thinks Chris Godwin could play Sunday, which I think would be a nice boon for this Buccaneer offense and definitely for the passing attack. Also, their offensive line is getting healthier by the minute. So I know the books are probably going to need the Bucs here. This number opened at 6, a lot of 6.5 at last check, and now the current price is, wow, there's a 7 at South Point, 7 at Pinnacle, 7.5 at Pinnacle, and a 7 at Chris. The books are definitely going to need the Bucs here to hang around.
Tough spot for the Buccaneers. You go back-to-back weeks on the road at the Bills, at the Rams, and before that, they were playing the Patriots, losing a close-ish game to them. Ended up being a one-score game. It's Bucs or pass. I want to see that Dean's out there because that's a big matchup with Puka in this game. Then I would consider the Bucs, but that's how I'm looking at it. It is Bucs or pass. And then the spot for the Rams, also interesting, coming off that Seattle Seahawks game. You're muted, Paul.
Aliens got his mic.
They took him.
You know what? It's better off to be muted than talk about Raiders and Browns. But Sam, Raiders are a 4-point favorite at home with a total of 36.
Gross.
Jeez.
Don't have to use the full time. We can move on.
Yeah.
Anything?
Let's just move on.
Okay.
Let's just move on.
Can't say we didn't talk about it.
Yeah. Okay. What I did look at, though, is how much they lowered the props because you're going against the Browns defense. Like Genti was mid-60s. Now he's mid-50s. Bowers was mid-70s last week. Now he's in the 50s at 59.5. Crosby's going to get some sacks. So if I could find like a 2+ sack number, something like that, that might be something I do. But this is gross. You're asking the Raiders to win by margin. I'm not betting that.
Okay. Giants, Lions. Giants are a 10.5-point dog. A total of 50, Joe.
Yeah, it's a high number. We don't know the quarterback yet. Matters a little bit, not a ton. I think it's fascinating because it's either going to be Jameis in a second game, which is something that you want to fade, and it's a Lions spot. They're coming back home. They're off a loss where the offense looked bad against the Eagles, right? That's when you want to back Detroit. Our guy Will Brinson earlier this week, he's like, oh, yeah, I'm all in. Lay it, double digits. It's going to be alt numbers. Does it matter if it's Dart or Winston? I want to fade it if it's Winston. If it's Dart, how do I feel about it? If it's Dart, the idea is they say, hey, kid, you can't run anymore. We're not going to have design runs. Please try to limit it. You've got to learn how to slide. Guess what? They've been telling that to Dart for as long as he's been playing football. They were telling him that in college. He didn't change his style of play. So I'm not buying this idea that suddenly Dart's going to be a different quarterback. I've seen a number of interviews recently and old interviews where he's talked about this idea. He's like, yeah, I know. I saw old Gruden, like the quarterback stuff with Gruden, where he was like, dude, you've got to slide. Stop putting yourself in harm's way. He's like, I know. Coaches keep telling me that. And here we are. And we're still in the same spot years later. So that idea is kind of funny to me about, oh, well, you got to be more careful out there. Everybody knows it. But it's a matter of him actually doing it. The Giants have given up the most explosive runs in the NFL. They're worst against the run. EPA per rush allowed. 45 explosive runs. Here's Gibbs and Montgomery. Gibbs rushing and receiving 105.5. I don't mind that. I think he gets into the end zone a couple of times. That's plus 185. You can't bet any time because that's minus 275. Dan Campbell has talked about getting Montgomery the ball more. He's about even money for an anytime touchdown. So I would look at those running back props for the Lions. And if I'm going Lions in Survivor, I would rather it be Jameis than Dart.
Agree with that. Let's also remember a trend that we've talked about many of times on this show over the years, over the year. And 2 months. The Lions, off a loss, have covered 13 straight games. 13.
Yes.
And I remember the Lions were in the room against the Commanders. So here's the way it worked. Lions lost to the Vikings, 27-24. The next week, the Lions were in the room at Washington. Did not matter. 44-22. Lions pounded that ass. Pounded. So, yeah, I don't care if the Lions are in the room. They're going to blow them out.
Okay. Jets 13.5-point dog to the Ravens in Baltimore. Total 44.5, Joe.
The Ravens defense is turning around. They looked awful first month or so of the season. And you've got Lamar coming off a bad performance against an excellent defense in the Cleveland Browns. They needed that Andrews trick play to win. But there's upside with this team because of how the defense has looked since week 6. Last week, they had 10 quarterback hits on the Browns QBs. They have allowed less than 20 points in their last 5 games. Since week 6, they're a top 5 defense. That's where we're at on the Ravens. And I think people trust Lamar overall. This team's going to win the division. They're going to be in the playoffs. And on the other side, the Jets said, let's switch it, I guess, because Justin Fields has no chance against this defense. Let's go Tyrod Taylor. I'm not doing anything in the game. I'm not laying 2 touchdowns. Yeah, I'll have some Survivor on the Ravens, whatever. I'm not doing anything with it. And it's probably going to get ugly. Couple weeks later, all these defensive players are gone from the Jets. I know they had extra rest. I'm not really interested in this game. This might be the least interesting game of the week for me.
Survivor?
I think, Sam.
Survivor or pass?
Yeah.
Sorry. Spaced out for
Yeah.
a second. I was looking at a tweet from Gracie the Witch about our show.
What'd she say?
She just posted the full interview, which is cool. She's
okay.
sharing the full interview of the show. I'm not betting this one. Said this yesterday in our meeting. I understand we had Nate Collins on Wednesday. He thinks it's a lot of points. He thinks the Jets are going to keep fighting. We'll see. Paul, hard to really fall in love with his side in this one.
Breaking news. Mike Kafka just ruled out Jackson Dart.
Oh, so it's Winston.
Whoa.
So it's full throttle. Yeah. And remember,
Lions moon.
13-0 13-0. Lions ATS last 13 games.
I like the Giants. Yeah. I'm not the Giants. I'm sorry. The Lions.
Okay. Almost had a stroke. All right. Monday Night Football. Panthers. Are they live as 7-point? Still 7-point dogs. Yes. In San Francisco. Total of 49.5. Sam.
Holy cow. Pinnacle just moved Detroit to 13. Sorry, Paul. This is real time here. Yeah.
Man.
So once the news came, they moved it to 11.5. MGM has an 11. Circa has 12.5. Pinnacle has 13. People are just blasting away. And the books are moving off it too. You have sort of a synchronized attack right now. Bettors are firing Lions. Books are just pushing. And Pinnacle went right to 13. So that's crazy. I like the Panthers to cover, but I think the Niners are going to win. That passing attack for Carolina is so hit or miss, but when it hits, man, I mean, what did Brinson say on Tuesday? That was the quietest 445-yard performance ever by a quarterback. Yeah. Bryce Young was all over it. McMillan was great in the game. It seems like a lot of points. And then, of course, the total has moved up. 45.5 to 49.5, a 4-point hike up on the total. If you have fantasy players in this game, if you have any Niners or Panthers players, you may want to put them in your lineup because this could be a track meet.
It's amazing. There's a book with a lot of numbers that is still at Lions 10. And like you mentioned, there are 12.5s in Vegas. And there's a 13 out there as well. So that's the direction that it's going. Vegas is way ahead of the domestic books right now. Still a lot of 10.5s at a lot of the apps that many of our listeners and viewers have. What are the Panthers? We thought they were a run team. And then Bryce Young snaps for 448 last week. And we've got this Niners team that can't stop anybody. They gave up 488 yards last week, and they didn't have a sack. They know Brissett's passing all game. He had 57 attempts, I believe, and 0 sacks in the game. You know I'm fading this defense hard. That's where I'm at. But do I want to take the Panthers? +7. I would not take the under. There's no chance I'm taking this under 49. I lean Carolina +7. It is not one of my favorite plays of the week. But when we won't be here on Monday. Yeah, they might make the list in a contest, but not like a top 5 side for me this week.
All right. Let's hit the college room.
Where's the room?
All right. This is what we're looking at.
Hey, Sam, you want some good news? I got some good news for you.
Kind of. Sure.
So I'm reading the staff predictions on 670thescore.com for Bears Steelers.
Oh, no.
All Bears.
1,
All Bears.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 scores are given. Everyone has the Bears winning outright.
Of course. This is the force against the object, right? This is what it is. It's the 670 the score team against Gertch. Who will win?
And you.
Who will come out victorious? Time will tell.
Big revenge game for Gertch. I mean, it might be time for Gertch.
Producer Sean Sears is 10-0 in predicting Bears games this year. He has it Bears 24, Steelers 21.
Sweaty.
Yeah, they're all close. Chris Emma in on the Bears. David Haas has a 1-point win. Paul Paps has the Bears covering. All right. Let's see.
Who has the biggest blowout? Who has Bears by the most amount of points?
Yeah.
Paps has by 4. Tyler Farringall, 27-16.
Okay.
I don't see that. Rodgers is going to lose by 11 to this team.
I could see anything, to be honest.
Yeah.
Okay.
College room we'll get to at the beginning of lightning bets.
Okay. I thought this was very important.
Good tease, Paul.
we had breaking news twice in that segment. Sorry, Paul.
Yeah.
We'll get to it. Keep the people here. Room, contest plays. Joe O, Sammy P, Paul, Jake, we're all here. So is Gerch on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Contest plays coming up in a minute. If you missed them, awesome record on these contest plays. So you're going to want to know where we're at as far as those go. But we need to know where the room is at, especially college football, given the room's record this season. So let's do college and the NFL. Paul, where do you want to start?
Start with college. Let's start there. So run through these. Fifth most.
How bad is it? The record, like it was like it's. Is it like 30-some%?
20, 43, and 2 from minus 27.3 units. They went 1-4 last week, so
32%. 32% on the year.
Good.
Not great. Might just have to blind fade all these this week, which is should have been doing all season. Georgia Tech minus 2.5-point favorite against Pitt.
Oh,
not surprised.
I did Pitt.
Not a surprise
I did
at all.
last week. Oh man, I can't go back to Pitt after that. They just quit. They quit. They were tied and then they were down 14-0 and they quit. So they'll definitely win this week.
No, I think can't is the bell word, right? Hit the bell.
Yeah, no, I
There you
know.
go.
You're right.
All right. We have multiple public dogs, but the first one at fourth most bet side at BetMGM, Florida plus 4.5 against Tennessee.
What? Okay. All right.
Vols up.
Not
All
doing that
right.
one.
Alluded to this earlier. Sorry, but it is in fact true. Oregon minus 10. Quack quack.
Okay. That's not nice, unfortunately. But it is what it is. We bet it under 10. That's the good thing. And I'll tell you what, this might be 10.5, 11 tomorrow by kickoff. So this is why you follow numbers throughout the week and chronicle the moves. Remember, when we first saw a number on this game, it was 7.5 on Sunday. And that didn't last long, but some people were able to lay 7.5 and 8 and 8.5 and 9, and now we're at 10. And if it gets to 11 tomorrow, I'm going to get a text from somebody. Hey, do you like Oregon minus 11? Just how it goes.
All right. Number 2, I need this so bad. Got Utah in the Big 12. Got them tied to a couple things. The room is on BYU minus 2.5. We need Cincy.
I'll be pulling for you.
Short number, but
yeah,
I get it.
It's
number one.
And the number one side is public dog. I was on them last week. Was it last week they got stomped by A&M? Mizzou plus 7.
Oh, against Oklahoma off the big win. That makes sense.
Off the big win. Yep.
Dude, we got to take it. Oh, man. I take the Sooners. I was thinking about Mizzou earlier in the week, and then I ended up backing away. And now I hear that the number one – have we had the number one play be a dog this year in college? I don't think so.
Yeah.
Vandy maybe against Bama.
Number one? Maybe.
A couple times.
Yeah.
Florida, week 6. I'm looking at it now. Michigan, week 2 against Oklahoma. They did not cover. Texas plus 1, week 1. I don't know. Maybe.
It's not a good record.
Well, if you're 20, 43, and 2, you're not winning a lot. So that's all that should matter.
Wow. There are 6.5s, by the way, now.
Oh.
Wasn't 7.5 the other day?
Yeah. It was 8. It was 8.5 when they first put it on the list.
Here's probably a nice idea going off of the top 2 room bets. If you were going to take Oklahoma, if you want to just do Oklahoma to win, and then Cincinnati to just win against BYU, that is going to pay out almost 2-1, Paul.
All right. Let's go Bearcats. Boomer Bearcats. All right. NFL room?
Let's do it.
All right. NFL sides, most popular sides at BetMGM. And I have terrible news, guys. The world is, in fact, going to end this weekend. They're on the Bears. Minus 2.
Oh, no, the room will never take the Bears. Never. Okay. Now what?
The room is on the Bears, but the number came down. Okay. It's because of Gertch.
So it'll probably the room is gonna be on Rodgers though, right? If Rodgers is up. I'm coping.
If they say Rodgers is starting,
yeah.
You're saying that there's going to be people coming in on Pittsburgh? Maybe.
No, the room sees a 7-3 team at home laying 2.5. That's what the room sees. Come on, put your goggles on.
They find a way. They find a way in the fourth quarter every time. Yeah. Trailing, it's fine.
You know what to do. You know what to do.
Yeah, I might have to pivot.
Gertch's revenge
for Survivor.
Sunday, 12 o'clock.
Wait, you have the Bears in right now for Survivor with all these big spreads.
Wow. I don't have some of them available. I don't have the Lions available. I do have the Ravens. The Ravens are my other option.
I don't know how you don't flip the Bears out for the Ravens. ASAP.
The Ravens.
13-point favorite, 2.5-point favorite.
You're going to use them in Burrow's second game back with Jamar Chase?
Right. That's a good counter. It's a fair counter. I had a plan. The plan is
if the Ravens
lose
and the Bears win, Paul is going to kill us. That's what's going to happen.
I won't be here Monday, I'll tell you that.
I'll be in a chair.
I mean, this is the age-old question, right? Like, what's stronger, Gertch or the room? Like, this is immovable object versus unstoppable force.
I think it's an easy answer. I think it's an easy answer.
You think it's the room? I think it's Gertch.
No, Gertch is more powerful.
Yeah.
Okay. Reminder, Gertch was also saying alt overs for Pittsburgh player props.
Yeah.
Kenny
Gainwell. He's got Watt. He's got Bears under team total. He's got Pittsburgh by 2 touchdowns.
Here's what's going to happen. Somehow the Bears are going to win 20.5 to 18. Like somehow it'll be the first ever final score with a 0.5 on the end of a team, and we will all tie.
I'm still waiting for Indiana to lose their first game. He said winless.
It's true. Well, that Georgia bet's dead. Indiana's winning the title. Oh, well. All right, number 4 most bet side in the NFL this weekend at BetMGM. There they are. Public dog. Colts plus 3.5.
Yeah.
Whew. Really? Okay. They're out. Yeah. So now they're out. Now they're out.
On the Chiefs after that?
It took this. They're out on the Chiefs now. Okay.
Yeah.
Now we know.
Yeah. Colts should be favored. Didn't you hear? All right, number 3 most bet side. Ooh, especially with all the noise going on. I love some Kelly Green, but they are on the Eagles -3. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
All right. This one makes sense. They have won some games, but even before this news, Lions -10.5. So that's not really much of a surprise. And then the number 1 most bet side at BetMGM, the Patriots -6.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Sam, you were very tempted by the Bengals earlier.
I'm taking Bengals 7 in our contest. Here I'm going Chiefs 3, Bengals 7, Steelers. Yeah, it's gonna be a great week. It's gonna be a great week for me. I can feel it. Manifest.
So you want to throw out Cincinnati +7 for everybody in contests first?
Well, no, my favorite play is Pittsburgh +2.5. I don't even get 3, and I don't care.
Okay. Pittsburgh +2.5. Jeez. Which big favorite? Detroit -10 or Seattle -13?
Why not both?
I like Seattle the most. And
okay. Plus, now everyone's going to take the stale number.
Yeah, everybody's going to take Detroit. Right. Let's go Seattle. Seattle and Pittsburgh so far. Paul?
Arizona. It's 2.5, but they're going to win outright.
Don't care. Yeah. All right. Pittsburgh, Seattle, Zona. Sam?
Might as well just take Cincy, especially if you get 7 in a contest.
Yeah. Yeah. I hear that. All right. One more. We did the Cardinals. We did the Seahawks.
Got to do it,
He's
right?
going to be on the Bucks. Which one? Are you talking
Chiefs.
about the Lions? Oh, the Chiefs.
I was thinking
We could do Chiefs.
We got a 3.
Oh, we
Paul's
do?
a game out of first in the contest. Paul, you decide.
Chiefs.
He told us.
Yep.
2 favorites, 3 dogs. Seattle and Kansas City, the favorites. KC 3, Seattle 13. The dogs, Arizona plus 2.5, Pittsburgh plus 2.5, Cincinnati plus 7. And probably almost everyone in your contest, if it's locked in at 10, they're going to be on the Lions.
Yeah, I get it. Let's also, before we get out of here, I'd like to read this review. We got a new review. If you have a review, please ship it on Apple or Spotify. The user, Duh Bears. Subject, keep the band together. Listen to Use every day. It's more than just betting talk. It's the entertainment value. Show makes me laugh out loud. Sounds like 2 best friends sitting with you at the bar. Not sure I want to drink all night with Sammy, though. Can't believe the show is going away. What a huge, in all caps, huge mistake.
That was the plan. That was the hope when we started this thing. I think we've accomplished it, no matter what some people say. So we appreciate that. If you want to leave us some feedback on the show, we'd appreciate that. And stay subscribed, by the way. Stay subscribed. We're not going away. We are going away next week. There is no show, so don't be alarmed. I didn't pull the plug on the show early or anything like that. We'll be returning afterwards, but we're out next week for Thanksgiving week. And we'll both be here Sunday morning on the BetMGM network, breaking down the Sunday NFL card. For Sam, Paul, Jake, and Gertch, I'm Joe. We'll talk a little over a week from now right here on Bet Sweats. This has been the BetMGM network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM.